Chapter 679. In the vast Five Elements province, the most dangerous place was the Five Elements Peak. Entering the Five Elements Peak meant certain death. No, to be more precise, one would die before even entering the Five Elements Peak. The Five Elements Academy is actually located on top of the Five Elements Peak. He Jingwei exclaimed. That's too amazing. It's located in the number 1 danger zone of the Five Elements state. Only the Five Elements Academy can do that. Sun Chiwen was also extremely shocked. Hearing this, the blooded spear Daoist shook his head slightly and said, the number 1 forbidden ground is only what the world thinks of it. To the Five Elements Academy, the Five Elements Peak is nothing. Alright, let's not waste any more time, you may leave. After speaking, the bloody spearman led the 6 people and landed in front of a mountain range below the Five Elements Peak. Gazing into the distance, there was a mountain peak that reached into the clouds, shrouded in fog. It was an extremely shocking sight. The fog surrounding the Five Elements Peak had the ability to block soul detection. Outsiders couldn't detect it at all. Standing outside the mountain range, there was still a long distance between them and the Five Elements Peak. A trace of fear emerged in the hearts of the 6 people. This fear came from the depths of their souls. As expected of the Five Elements Peak, Xiaofang couldn't help but sigh. In front of the Five Elements Peak, the 6 of them were so weak. You guys just arrived, so the Five Elements Peak's aura will suppress you. It will be fine after you join the Five Elements Academy. The bloody spearman said, the newcomer assessment this time is to see if the 6 of you can survive in this mountain range and successfully reach the other side. Senior Bloody Spear, is there any danger in this mountain range? Luo Zhongtian asked. The bloody spearman glanced at the 6 people and said, other than demonic beasts, there are also some disciples from the Five Elements Academy. I hope you guys can take care of yourselves. After speaking, the bloody spearman's figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. When Fang Chen and the other 5 heard this, they were shocked. The disciples from the Five Elements Academy are here to test us. How can we defeat them? Qing Jingtong couldn't help but ask. Xiao Fang's eyes flickered as he said, since the Five Elements Academy has arranged such an assessment, then there will definitely be a chance of survival. Let's attack first. Before the bloody spearman left, he had said that the test would last for 7 days. If they could not reach the other end of the mountain within 7 days, they would fail. Therefore, the 6 of them had to race against time. After entering the mountain range, an ancient aura instantly hit them in the face. The 6 of them looked solemn as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Xiao Fang glanced at Fang Chen, then at Luo Zhongtian. Suddenly, he said, before we take the test, I have a few words to say. What is it? He Jingwei asked. We are a small group now, and we need to help each other. I don't want our assessment to be ruined because of some people's personal grudges. When they heard Xiao Fang's words, they instantly understood that Xiao Fang was talking about Luo Zhongtian and Fang Chen. In the bloody battle space, Fang Chen almost killed Hong Wu, which made Luo Zhongtian hate him. He wanted to kill Fang Chen, but he never had the time. Yes, Xiao Fang is right. We need to unite and fight against the students of the Five Elements Academy. Only then will we have a chance to pass the assessment. He Jingwei nodded and said, you too, no matter what conflicts you have, put them aside for now and unite. Qing Jingtong said. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and said, I don't have any objections. When they heard Fang Chen's words, they turned to look at Luo Zhongtian. The latter's face was solemn, and his eyes were cold. He said in a hoarse voice, I don't have any objections either. Compared to joining the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen's life was obviously insignificant. Luo Zhongtian also knew this. Hearing this, Xiao Fang nodded and said, if that's the case, then I will temporarily be the leader of our group. During the assessment, listen to my commands. Xiao Fang was originally the strongest, and he was ranked first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. When he said this, no one objected. In just a moment, the 6 of them were advancing at full speed. At this time, there were 2 martial artists in a certain area of the mountain range. Their bodies emitted a powerful aura, and on their collars was the insignia of the Five Elements Academy. You want the two of us to deal with a few newcomers? How boring, said one of the martial artists with a sharp mouth. Yeah, I heard that there are 6 newcomers this time. So what? Said the other martial artist. Shuyang, in any case, they only have 7 days. We don't need to intentionally look for them. Let's just wait here. In any case, they have to pass through here, said Zhongqiong. Shuyang nodded and said, sure. Shuyang and Zhongqiong had been sent here by the 5 Elements Academy to deal with the 6 newcomers. They were disdainful of newcomers, and they felt that defeating them was too easy. But at this time, Fang Chen's group of 6 had run into some trouble. On the first day of entering the mountain range, their journey was very smooth and they did not encounter any danger. But on the second day, Fang Chen's group of 6 encountered some monstrous beasts. There were a total of 10 monstrous beasts, and all of them were at the 3rd level of the spiritual spiral realm. What should we do? Sun Chiwen asked when he saw that the path ahead was blocked by 10 monstrous beasts. 10 monstrous beasts. Each of us will deal with 1. There are 4 left. Xiaofang, can you deal with 2 at the same time? He Jingwei asked. Xiaofang's face turned serious. If it was 2 martial artists at the 3rd level of the spiritual spiral realm, he would not care at all. But monstrous beasts were different. Monstrous beasts were much stronger than human martial artists at the same level. 2 monstrous beasts at the 3rd level of the spiritual spiral realm were comparable to a martial artist at the 4th level of the spiritual spiral realm. Even Xiaofang did not dare to be careless. However, after thinking for a while, Xiaofang said in a deep voice, I can barely deal with 2, but there are still 8 left. No matter how it was divided, they did not have any advantage. This made Xiaofang and the others' faces turn gloomy. It was only the 2nd day of entering the mountain range, and they already encountered such a severe test. How unlucky. We have no choice but to fight head-on. Qing Jingtong's face was gloomy as he said coldly. At this point, they could only fight head-on. There was no other way. Xiaofang heard this and his aura surged as he prepared to attack. I have an idea. Suddenly, Fang Chen spoke. Oh, what idea do you have? Qing Jingtong hurriedly asked. The others also looked at Fang Chen. At this point, no matter what method it was, they had to try it. If they did not try, they would not stand a chance. If they tried, they might still have a chance. I am an array grandmaster, Fang Chen said. Although the fact that he was an array grandmaster had already spread in the bloody battle space, they seemed to have forgotten his identity. After Fang Chen's reminder, they instantly remembered. Xiao Fang's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, You mean, you can set up a profound level array to trap the demonic beasts? Fang Chen nodded and said, I can set up a profound level array to trap the demonic beasts temporarily, but I will need you to kill the demonic beasts. Can your profound level array hold up? He Jingwei asked. Of course it can't hold up a profound level array, but I can set up a chain array, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, everyone thought for a moment, and then Xiaofang said, Okay, it's decided. Fang Chen, you just need to set up the array, and leave the rest to us. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them reached a unanimous decision. Then, Fang Chen took out a supreme-grade spirit stone and began to set up the array. Crash! When the array was successfully set up, the 10 demonic beasts were all trapped in the array. Roar! Standing outside the array, they could vaguely hear the angry roars of the demonic beasts. Under the attack of the 10 demonic beasts, the profound level array shook, and cracks appeared in an instant. At this moment, Fang Chen immediately set up another mystic rank array. When the demonic beast destroyed the first mystic rank array, it instantly fell into the second mystic rank array. Seeing this scene, Xiaofang and the others couldn't help but be shocked, and then they all went into the profound level array. Fang Chen maintained the array, and as soon as he found that the array was about to break, he would immediately set up another one. In short, the chain array couldn't break, or else their lives would be in danger. The other 5 people used the advantage of the array to engage in a fierce battle with the 10 demonic beasts. Because of the isolation of the array, they could fight the demonic beasts alone without worrying that the demonic beasts would besiege them. Just like this, after 3 minutes, Xiao Fang took the lead to kill a demonic beast, and then continued to run to the next one. After a while, He Jingwei and Qing Jingtong also continuously killed demonic beasts. A formation Grandmaster. What a freak. During this time, they also felt the power of the profound level array. Although a single profound level array wasn't much of a threat to them, a chain profound level array was very terrifying. After half an hour, the 5 people killed all 10 demonic beasts. At this time, Fang Chen also removed the array, and sat on the ground, panting. After continuously maintaining the chain array for half an hour, Fang Chen was very tired. Fang Chen, you're really abnormal. Sun Chiwen gave Fang Chen a thumbs up and laughed. Yeah, if it wasn't for Fang Chen, we would have a hard time. Qing Jingtong grinned and said, an array grandmaster is really useful in a team battle. He Jingwei sighed. Xiao Fang's eyes flickered as he stared at Fang Chen. He was quite shocked in his heart. At such a young age, not only was his martial cultivation strong, but his array skills were also so high. He was really a monster. Even Luo Zhongtian, who had a grudge with Fang Chen, couldn't help but sigh. This time, it was all thanks to Fang Chen. After this battle, the 5 people's view of Fang Chen changed greatly. Moreover, they also gradually recognized Fang Chen, and felt that Fang Chen was qualified to stand side by side with them. After resting for half an hour, the group of 6 continued on their journey. With the cooperation from before, the following journey was much easier. When they encountered demonic beasts, Fang Chen took the lead to set up the profound level array, and the others easily killed the demonic beasts within the array. Sprinting all the way, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. At a certain moment, Fang Chen and the others encountered another big trouble. Chapter 680. In front of the 6 of them, there was a large number of vine-like plants. Countless vines appeared on their main bodies and intertwined with each other. Fang Chen and the others had tested them and found that these vines would attack people on their own accord. Once a cultivator approached, the countless vines would launch a fierce attack. What kind of vines are these? Whispered Sun Chiwen. These vines are even harder to deal with than the heavenly vine. I'd rather encounter a demonic beast than these damn vines, said Qing Jingtong. He Jingwei's face was also filled with a bitter smile. 5 days had already passed. There were only 2 more days until the exam ended. They couldn't waste any more time. They had to think of a solution. Xiao Fang, do you have a solution? Asked He Jingwei. Xiao Fang's eyes flickered as he stared at the vines. All vines have weak points. Let's look carefully. While Xiao Fang and the others were looking for the vine's weak points, Fang Chen slowly approached the vines. He urged his black flame to see if it would work. However, Fang Chen was disappointed. These vines didn't fear the black flame at all. As Fang Chen approached, the vines crazily attacked Fang Chen. What should we do? Fang Chen was also very anxious. They had already reached this point. If they couldn't smoothly pass through this vine forest, then they would miss the opportunity to enter the 5 Elements Academy. There must be a way, said Xiao Fang. For a moment, the 6 of them sank into contemplation. At this moment, the little mouse noiselessly came out of the special spatial ring. Then the little mouse jumped onto the vine's main body. Immediately, countless vines began to attack the little mouse. However, the little mouse was so fast that the vines were unable to hit it. Seeing this, the eyes of Xiao Fang and the others brightened. It was once again Fang Chen's spirit pet. Could it have a solution? Fang Chen knew what the little mouse was doing. It was helping the 6 of them attract the vine's attacks so that they could pass through the vine forest. Let's go. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice, and the 6 of them instantly entered the rattan forest. Because the little mouse attracted the vitality of the rattan vines, the 6 of them smoothly entered the center of the rattan forest, and then rushed to the other side. However, just as they were about to step out of the vine forest, a vine-like plant filled with a dark aura suddenly shot out countless vines and attacked Fang Chen's group of 6. What happened? The 6 of them were shocked and looked at the dark vine. Could it be a mutated vine? Xiao Fang's gaze was grave as he used all his strength to block the vine's attacks. Everyone's heart sank when they heard the words mutated vine. Once vines mutated, they would become incomparably bloodthirsty. Their attacks would become even wilder and more ferocious than ordinary vines. Bang bang bang. For a moment, the 6 of them were attacked by the dark vine and were unable to advance. When the little mouse saw this, its eyes flickered, indicating that it was powerless. It could attract the attacks of the vines, but it no longer had the strength to help Fang Chen's group fight against the dark vine. Fang Chen cut down an attacking vine with his sword. He secretly thought that if the Banxianshu was here, it might have a solution. Unfortunately, the Banxianshu had stayed in the bloody battle space, wanting to transform into an immortal tree in one fell swoop. When they were heading to the bloody battle mountain, Fang Chen had tried to contact the Banxianshu. The latter had sent back a message saying that it had just finished devouring the blood-colored devil vine and needed time to break through to the immortal tree realm. Moreover, the bloody battle space was a very special place that was suitable for it to break through. Fang Chen did not say anything about this. Puchi the hidden star sword quickly revolved, and the flowing water sword was pushed to its peak. He suddenly cut down the surrounding vines. However, Fang Chen immediately noticed that an even larger number of vines had wrapped around his body, making him unable to move. Damn it! At the same time, these vines also wrapped around the other 5, causing their expressions to change. Are we going to fail here? He Jingwei was a bit unwilling. They were only a step away from success, but they were blocked by the dark vine. We can't give up, roared Qing Jingtong. These vines were very tough. Once they wrapped around a human cultivator, they would become more and more tense, making it so that the human cultivator would be unable to move. Clearly, Fang Chen did not want to give up. He constantly used his fire concept. Black flames burned the vines, but he found that the black flames were useless against the vines. He then used his water concept. In the end, the water concept was also useless against the vines. Fang Chen then used his sword concept, but it was also useless against the vines. In the end, Fang Chen used his ice concept. He did not have any hope for the ice concept. After all, among the several concepts, the ice concept's progress was the slowest. Until now, he had only reached the first minor realm. Hiss hiss hiss, the concept of ice was unleashed, and countless icy auras instantly covered the rattan. Following that, the rattan actually started to freeze. The next scene shocked Fang Chen. When the vines froze, the vines wrapped around his body seemed to be frightened, and they actually slowly retreated. Fang Chen's ice concept was fiercely attacking the surrounding vines. For a moment, none of the vines approached Fang Chen. This made Fang Chen extremely shocked. Soon, Fang Chen found that the vines were afraid of the ice concept. Use the ice concept. Fang Chen shouted. Immediately, Xiao Fang and the others were stunned. Then, Xiao Fang and He Jingwei used their ice concept. Xiao Fang and He Jingwei's ice concept was much stronger than Fang Chen's. It had already reached the second minor realm, and its power was very strong. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fang and He Jingwei were free. Ha ha ha, the weakness of these vines is actually the icy aura. He Jingwei grinned and laughed. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, we wouldn't have found it. Xiao Fang was also very happy. After finding the weakness of the vines, they could walk out of the vine forest smoothly. Hurry up and save us. Qing Jingtong saw the situation and shouted anxiously. Qing Jingtong, Luo Zhongtian, and Sun Chiwen had not comprehended the ice concept, so they could not get rid of the vines. They could only ask Xiao Fang and the other 2 for help. Hearing this, the 3 of them nodded. They came to the front of the 3 people who were entangled and used their ice concept to force the vines back. The 3 of you are in the middle, Xiao Fang said in a low voice. With the 3 warriors with ice concept around, the group of 6 moved forward carefully. When they passed by the dark vines, the latter did not attack. Obviously, it had noticed the icy aura in the air. In the end, the 6 of them left the vine forest calmly. Seeing this scene, the little mouse's figure flashed and directly entered the vine forest, jumping onto Fang Chen's shoulder. The 6 of them stood outside the vine forest, looking at each other with smiles on their faces. Fang Chen, thanks to you. Qing Jingtong looked at Fang Chen and said. If it wasn't for Fang Chen's spirit pet attracting the other vine's attacks, they would not have been able to walk to the dark vines so easily. Yeah, this time it was really scary but not dangerous. Luckily, the mutated vines are afraid of the ice concept. If it was any other concept that we don't have, we would probably be finished. Sun Chiwen said. Luo Zhongtian did not say anything, but his eyes showed a trace of a smile. He was also very happy to be able to leave the vine forest. He Jingwei and Xiao Fang also looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. They were very envious of Fang Chen's spirit pet. After chatting for a while, the 6 of them continued forward. At this time, in an open space in the mountain range, Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong, the 2 warriors of the 5 Elements Academy, had been waiting for Fang Chen and the others to arrive. Why haven't the 6 of them arrived yet? Xu Yang suddenly said. They're most likely going to fail the newcomer exam. Zhong Qiong grinned. If they can't even reach us, then it's even better if they fail. Our 5 Elements Academy does not want weaklings. Xu Yang's lips curled up as he arrogantly said. There are still 2 days. Let's wait. Zhong Qiong also knew that Xu Yang did not want to waste time here, but there was no other way. This was a mission. Within the 5 Elements Academy, the students had to obey the orders of the 5 Elements Academy's higher-ups. This was the most basic rule. Once someone disobeyed, the result would be very tragic. I hope they won't disappoint us. Xu Yang stared at the mountain range and whispered. Chapter 681. The newcomer assessment was much more difficult than Fang Chen and the others had imagined. Fortunately, the 6 of them worked together and overcame all kinds of difficulties. In the following days, Fang Chen and the others didn't encounter too much danger. On the 7th day, the 6 of them finally saw the end of the mountain range in the distance. Look, the end of the mountain range is in front of us, Sun Chiwen suddenly said excitedly. During the time they were in the mountain range, the 6 of them had been tense. Now that they could finally see the end of the mountain range, their faces were filled with excited smiles. Are we going to succeed? Luo Zhongtian's voice was hoarse. There was an unconcealable excitement in his voice. Qing Jingtong and He Jingwei were also very excited. Both of their eyes were filled with a burning color. As long as they walked out of the mountain range, they would become disciples of the 5 Elements Academy. Joining the 5 Elements Academy was the dream of all the younger generation in the 5 Elements province. If they could join the 5 Elements Academy, their martial path would be much smoother. In the future, they would even become famous in the ancient sword continent. Let's go, He Jingwei said in a deep voice. Just when they were about to move forward, Xiao Fang suddenly stretched out his hand and stopped the others. His gaze swept the surroundings as he said in a low voice, "The Blooded Spear sect once told us that the students of the 5 Element Academy would make a move against us. Why didn't we encounter them all along the way?" After hearing Xiao Fang's words, everyone's expression changed slightly and they looked at each other. That's right. Why haven't we met any 5 Elements Academy students along the way? He Jingwei asked in astonishment. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen frowned. He looked at Xiao Fang and asked, "You're saying that they are most likely waiting for us at the exit?" Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, Xiao Fang nodded and said, "If my guess is correct, they should be waiting for us nearby." Immediately, their expressions changed slightly. They looked around, trying to find the 5 Elements Academy students. At this moment, 2 cultivators were sitting on top of a towering tree. Their eyes were staring at the 6 people in the open space below with playful smiles on their faces. "I can finally move my muscles." Xu Yang grinned. "Let's go and meet the 6 newcomers," Zhong Qiong said. As soon as they finished speaking, they jumped down from the branches in a flash and appeared in front of Fang Chen's group of 6. "Being able to make it this far is already not bad," Zhong Qiong said as he stared at the 6 people. The sudden voice startled Xiao Fang's group of 6. When they saw Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong, their expressions turned incomparably grave. "You 2 are the students of the 5 Elements Academy?" Xiao Fang took a step forward, looked at the 2 of them, and asked. "That's right. We are the last obstacle in your assessment. If you defeat us, you can join the 5 Elements Academy," Xu Yang said. "Of course, if you lose, you can only leave with regret." "The 5 Elements Academy doesn't need trash," Zhong Qiong said. Zhong Qiong and Xu Yang exuded a cold aura. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. So strong. Fang Chen sensed that these two martial artists from the Five Elements Academy were filled with vigorous auras. What should we do? He Jingwei asked. Xiao Fang stared at the two of them and said, there's no other way. We can only join hands. As he said that, he looked at Fang Chen. The others also looked at Fang Chen. Although there were only two of them, their strength was far greater than theirs. Even if the six of them joined hands, they still wouldn't be able to win. Fang Chen was their only formation master, and he was also a formation grandmaster. If they caught them off guard, they might be able to win this battle. This battle was extremely important. If they couldn't defeat their opponents, they would be eliminated from the Five Elements Academy. If that happened, the bloody battle spaces half a year of hard work would be wasted. In truth, what they didn't know was that the Five Elements Academy's assessment standard was that as long as the six of them joined hands and could resist Zhong Qiong and Xu Yang for an incense stick's worth of time, they would pass. However, Zhong Qiong and Xu Yang had said those words in order to provoke the six of them into using their strongest attacks. Seeing that the six of them were about to attack, Zhong Qiong took the initiative to step forward and said, "Let me try first." They had waited for 6 days in the mountain range. It had been dull and boring. Now that Fang Chen's group of 6 had finally arrived, Zhong Qiong couldn't endure it any longer. Xu Yang could only nod helplessly. The 6 of you aren't worthy of the 2 of us joining hands. Remember my name. The one who defeated you is Zhong Qiong. Zhong Qiong's voice was very loud, and it reached the 6 of them. The 6 of them emitted powerful auras as they joined hands, ready to attack at any moment. Let me teach you a lesson. Zhong Qiong grinned. Teaching newcomers a lesson seemed to be an extremely fun thing to do. Zhong Qiong was very happy to see the newcomers suffer. Go! It was unknown who said those words, but suddenly, a frightening aura was emitted from Xiao Fang's body. He clenched his hand into a fist and then threw it out. His fist contained an extremely cold aura. After Xiao Fang, it was He Jingwei and the others. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to perform the flowing water sword art. The majestic sword intent poured into the star-concealing sword. Then, the star-concealing sword fiercely waved out. Suddenly, countless water ripples appeared in the sky. Insignificant skill. Xiao Fang's attack was the first to come into contact with Zhong Qiong. The latter sneered and punched out. It was a simple punch, but it not only blocked Xiao Fang's attack, but also pushed him back. At the moment when Xiao Fang was pushed back, Qing Jingtong's attack also arrived. Qing Jingtong was good at wills. Among the 6 of them, his speed was the fastest. The weapon in Qing Jingtong's hand fiercely struck towards Zhong Qiong. The latter waved his hand and his body flashed, dodging Qing Jingtong's attack. Then, he punched towards Qing Jingtong. In an instant, the battle entered an intense state. At the beginning, Zhong Qiong was very confident in fighting against the 6 of them. However, as time went by, Zhong Qiong realized that the 6 of them this time were much stronger than the previous ones. He was alone, but he was actually suppressed by the 6 of them. Damn it! Zhong Qiong felt embarrassed. He let out a low roar and exploded with all his strength towards the 6 of them. At this moment, Xu Yang, who was standing at the side, was a little surprised as his eyes flickered. The 6 of them actually forced Zhong Qiong to use his strongest attack. It was a little shocking. Rumble. Zhong Qiong attacked alone. Fang Chen didn't reveal his identity as an array grandmaster. The 6 of them worked together and gradually gained the upper hand. In one exchange, Zhong Qiong was pushed back by the 6 of them. Zhong Qiong, who had stabilized his body, let out a roar. Then, the aura around his body instantly rose to the peak of the 4th level spiritual vortex realm. He's going to use his strongest attack. Xiao Fang's face turned solemn when he saw the situation. The others also stared at Zhong Qiong with vigilance. Zhong Qiong's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level spiritual vortex realm. His strength was much stronger than Fang Chen and the others. Among Fang Chen's group of 6, only Xiao Fang and He Jingwei were 4th level spiritual vortex realm experts. As for the others, they were all 3rd level spiritual vortex realm martial artists. As for Fang Chen, He was only a second-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist. However, to be able to enter the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon role, Qing Jing and the others were only at the peak of the third-level spiritual vortex realm. Their true strength was comparable to a fourth-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist. Zhong Qiong exploded with his strongest attack. Faint lightning patterns appeared on his fists. These lightning patterns were like runes that were attached to his fists. Instantly, his fists exuded a deathly aura. "It's time to end this," Zhong Qiong suddenly roared. Both of his fists were filled with boundless power and directly blasted towards Fang Chen's group of 6. "Let's attack together." Xiao Fang roared and took the lead to attack Zhong Qiong. He Jingwei and the others followed closely behind. The 6 of them were brimming with fighting spirit. Just as Fang Chen executed the flowing water sword technique, his soul spirit shook in his mind. Then, Fang Chen executed the God Attraction technique. Hiss hiss hiss, the yellow rank soul spirit was instantly released. Under Fang Chen's control, the God Attraction technique was executed. The soul spirit turned into a flame and shot towards Zhong Qiong. Zhong Qiong's attention was completely focused on Xiao Fang and the others. He did not notice that the God Attraction technique was being executed. When the soul spirit flame shot towards him, he realized that Xiao Fang and the others were blocking him. He tried his best to dodge, but Xiao Fang and the others were blocking him. Pucha, the soul spirit flame instantly burrowed into Zhong Qiong's mind. Immediately after, Zhong Qiong felt intense pain and his body began to tremble. Damn it! Zhong Qiong tried his best to stay awake. He circulated his soul spirit to resist Fang Chen's God Attraction technique. Xiao Fang and the others took advantage of the time Zhong Qiong was resisting the God Attraction technique to launch an earth-shattering attack at Zhong Qiong. By the time Zhong Qiong reacted, he had already been sent flying by their attacks. Fortunately, Zhong Qiong had an outstanding defense and was not seriously injured. As his body flew backwards, Xu Yang caught him. "Are you all right?" After stabilizing himself, Zhong Qiong's expression became completely gloomy. He had never thought that he would almost fail in such an easy task. If he had been defeated by these 6 brats, how would he be able to continue staying in the 5 Elements Academy? Zhong Qiong's heart was currently filled with fury. His eyes were exceptionally cold. The 6 of them repelled Zhong Qiong, causing Xu Yang to be shocked. Soon after, he said in a deep voice, "Let's join forces to avoid any trouble." Zhong Qiong did not object to Xu Yang's words. Instead, he warned, among the 6 of them, one of them is proficient in soul attacks. He's very domineering. Be careful. Xu Yang nodded. A powerful aura surged out of his body. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhong Qiong, preparing to fight. A bitter smile appeared on Xiao Fang's face when he saw this scene. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Fang Chen and nodded his head heavily. Fang Chen understood Xiao Fang's intentions. He secretly took out top-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring, preparing to set up a profound formation at any time. Chapter 682. Sorry for the offense. Xiao Fang cupped his hands and said in a low voice. As soon as Xiao Fang finished speaking, countless supreme-grade spirit stones shot out from Fang Chen's hand and drilled into the ground at lightning speed. Then, countless dazzling rays of light shot out and intertwined with each other. Suddenly, the profound rank formation was completed. After realizing this, Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong's faces became extremely solemn. Interesting. It's actually a profound rank formation. Xu Yang looked around and said in a low voice. Being trapped in the formation did not make Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong panic. They were very calm. Even in the formation, they were not afraid of the 6 people in front of them. I really didn't expect that there would be an array grandmaster among the 6 of you. Zhong Qiong said gloomily. Let's go. Xiao Fang ignored Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong. With a low shout, he displayed the fiercest and most domineering attack. He Jingwei and the others also joined forces to launch a strong attack. Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong joined forces to fight Xiao Fang's group of 5, while Fang Chen maintained the formation. Rumble. Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong fought fiercely while bombarding the formation. After a while, the formation was on the verge of breaking. When the formation broke, Xu Yang sneered and said, A mere profound rank formation can't trap us. However, just as he finished speaking, he felt that they were once again trapped in a profound rank formation. Chain formation. At this moment, even Zhongqiang was extremely surprised. If there was an array grandmaster among them, there would be nothing to be afraid of. However, this array grandmaster actually knew how to arrange a chain formation. It should be known that even some top array grandmasters might not be able to arrange a chain formation. We're in trouble, Xu Yang said in a low voice. Fight! Zhongqiang shouted. Xiao Fang and the others used the advantage of the formation to constantly launch sneak attacks on Zhongqiang and Xu Yang. Although the two of them were powerful, Xiao Fang and the others were in the dark while they were in the open. With one in the open and one in the dark, it was easy for Xiao Fang and the others to launch sneak attacks. In the beginning, the two of them were still able to handle it, but as time passed, their faces became even gloomier. Zhongqiang's arm was covered with bloodstains. This was the result of a sneak attack by Xiao Fang. As for Xu Yang, there were also some bloodstains on his clothes. Rumble inside the formation, all sorts of powerful auras were intertwined. Fang Chen was outside, setting up chain formation after chain formation. As long as they could maintain the chain formation, they would eventually win. 2 hours later, Xu Yang's attack severely injured Luo Zhongtian. The latter instantly lost the ability to fight and was forced out of the array chain. Of course, Xu Yang also paid a great price because of this. One of his arms was almost crippled. Fortunately, his cultivation was strong enough to avoid Xiao Fang's full force attack. After Luo Zhongtian lost his battle prowess, He Jingwei's side's battle prowess instantly decreased by a lot. However, Xu Yang and Zhongqiang's battle prowess also decreased by a lot. Finally, after persisting for 6 hours, Qing Jingtong caught a flaw in Zhongqiang's defense and quietly appeared behind Zhongqiang. The weapon in his hand directly struck towards Zhongqiang and instantly sent him flying. This was a turn of events. Ever since Zhongqiang had been sent flying, Xu Yang and Zhongqiang had been suppressed by Xiaofang and the others. Adding on the power of the Xian array, the two of them were unable to use their full strength. Damn it! Zhongqiang and Xu Yang were both furious, but there was nothing they could do. After another hour, Xu Yang and Zhongqiang's battle prowess had decreased once more. At this time, even if they joined hands, they were unable to break the array chain. Of course, Xiao Fang and the others were also heavily injured and had lost their battle prowess. This scene was clearly seen by Fang Chen. He transmitted his voice to Xiao Fang and the others, telling them to leave the array chain. With Fang Chen's help, Xiao Fang and the others were able to leave the array chain in the blink of an eye. Their bodies were battered and exhausted. Within the array chain, Xu Yang and Zhongqiang were furiously attacking the array chain. "Let's take advantage of the fact that they're unable to break the array chain to leave," said Fang Chen. The bloody spearman had said very clearly that as long as they reached the end of the mountain range within 7 days, they would pass the newcomer assessment. So there was no need to defeat Xu Yang and Zhongqiang. "Okay, let's go." Everyone supported each other and hurriedly left the place where the chain formation was. Not long after, everyone walked out of the mountain range. At this time, at the exit of the mountain range, there were 2 figures. One of them seemed to be an elder of the 5 Elements Academy, while the other seemed to be a student of the 5 Elements Academy. "Ice Elder, do you think they will be defeated by Zhongqiang and Xu Yang?" asked the student in a low voice. The old man called Ice Elder stared at the end of the mountain range and shook his head. "Let's wait a little longer. If Xu Yang and Zhongqiang join hands, the 6 of them might not be able to defeat them. There's an 80 to 90% chance that they will fail," continued the student. When the Ice Elder heard this, he shook his head. He was very clear about Xu Yang and Zhongqiang's strength. Even if the 6 newcomers joined hands, they might not be a match for the 2 of them. Unless they split up, there was still a chance that 1 or 2 of them would succeed. Just as the student finished speaking, there was a sudden movement at the end of the mountain range. Ice Elder's eyes immediately looked in that direction. "It should be Xu Yang and Zhongqiang," said the student. However, when Xiao Fang and the others came out, the student was completely dumbfounded. "How can it be them?" The student was a little surprised and cried out involuntarily. 6 people, not one less. Did they escape Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong's interception? Asked Iselda in a low voice. At this time, Fang Chen's group of 6 staggered out of the mountain range. When they saw that there were people here, they walked towards Iselda. When the 6 of them walked in front of Iselda, Xiao Fang cupped his hands and said, "Senior, you should be an elder of the 5 Elements Academy, right?" "That's right. I am here to receive you," said Iselda. "Iselda, did we pass the newcomer exam?" asked Xiao Fang. Looking at Xiao Fang and the others' battered and exhausted appearances, Iselda was very curious as to how they had managed to defeat Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong. "Since we were able to reach here, we naturally passed." Iselda smiled. "But I'm very curious. Where are Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong? The 2 students who intercepted us?" asked Xiao Fang. Iselda nodded. Xiao Fang said, "They're still in the mountain range." Boom. Just at this moment, a deafening sound came from the mountain range. Iselda's eyes flickered as he stared at the mountain range. Not long after, 2 more battered figures walked out of the mountain range. They quickly arrived in front of Iselda. When they saw Xiao Fang's group of 6, their eyes were filled with fury. "Xu Yang, Zhong Qiong, how did you end up like this?" asked a student beside Iselda. When Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong heard that, they lowered their heads, their faces filled with embarrassment. What happened? Iselda also wanted to know how the 6 of them had passed the newcomer exam. "Iselda, there's a formation grandmaster among the 6 of them," said Zhong Qiong in a low voice. "Even a formation grandmaster wouldn't be able to trap you and Xu Yang," continued the student beside Iselda. "He can set up a chain formation," said Zhong Qiong. Iselda's face was originally expressionless, but when he heard the words chain formation, his eyes instantly blazed with desire. "Is there someone among them who can set up a chain formation?" Iselda's burning gaze swept over the 6 of them as he hastily asked. Xu Yang nodded heavily when he heard that. "Who is a formation grandmaster?" asked Iselda as he looked at Fang Chen's group of 6. "Fang Chen is a formation grandmaster," said Xiao Fang. Iselda stared at Fang Chen when he heard that. A trace of shock appeared on his face. He realized that he couldn't see through this man in front of him. "You can set up a chain formation?" asked Iselda as he stared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and said, "I know a thing or two." A trace of a smile appeared on Iselda's face. He then laughed heartily and said, "I really didn't expect that there would be someone among the newcomers who could set up a chain formation." The student beside him was also shocked. He naturally knew what it meant to be able to set up a chain formation. Then, he seemed to realize something and turned to look at Iselda. Iselda's eyes were filled with admiration for Fang Chen. "What's your name?" asked Iselda. "I'm Fang Chen," said Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, the 6 of you are now official disciples of the 5 Elements Academy. However, before we go up the mountain, I want to ask you something," said Iselda. "Please speak, Iselda. Are you willing to be my disciple?" asked Iselda. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard Iselda's words. He immediately looked at Iselda in confusion. Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong's eyes were filled with envy. The student beside them couldn't help but exclaim, "Iselda, you want to take him as your disciple?" Iselda didn't reply to that student. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen as he waited for Fang Chen's reply. "You're really lucky. There are countless students from the 5 Elements Academy who want to be Iselda's disciple, but Iselda has never accepted a disciple." After the student recovered from his shock, he looked at Fang Chen and said, "Iselda is an almighty array master. If you can become Iselda's disciple, your future achievements won't be low." Fang Chen thought for a moment before looking apologetically at Iselda. "Iselda, I'm really sorry. I don't really understand the 5 Elements Academy's situation, so I don't want to be your disciple for the time being." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the student beside him was a little unhappy. "Kid, it's your fortune that Iselda is willing to take you as his disciple. How dare you refuse?" Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong were secretly delighted. Fang Chen had refused Iselda's offer. Iselda would definitely be angry and teach this ignorant newcomer a lesson. However, the Iselda's reaction was beyond their expectations. A satisfied smile appeared on Iselda's face as he said, "Not bad. You have a firm mind and aren't tempted by external things. If you had agreed earlier, I would have seen through you. However, I'll still say the same thing. As long as you're willing, you can come find me at any time." "Iselda," said the student beside him. Chapter 683. Upon hearing the Iselda's words, Xiaofang and the rest smiled as though they had been relieved of a heavy burden. After going through so many hardships, they had finally officially joined the Five Elements Academy. From then on, they would become students of the Five Elements Academy and would no longer be part of the younger generation in the secular world. Five Elements Academy, we are here. Xiaofang and the rest stared at the Five Elements peak that reached the clouds and took a deep breath as they thought to themselves. The Five Elements Academy was an academy with a long history. When this academy was born, it immediately occupied the entire Five Elements province, causing all the sects within the enormous Five Elements province to submit to it. It was said that within the Five Elements Academy, there was someone who had surpassed the true martial realm. With a stomp of his foot, the entire ancient sword continent would tremble. Of course, this was only a legend. Until now, no one had seen the Five Elements Academy's person who had surpassed the true martial realm. One had to know that in the ancient sword continent, the true martial realm was already considered a top expert. Experts who had surpassed the true martial realm could destroy the entire ancient sword continent with a flip of their hand. Under the Iselda's lead, Fang Chen and the rest quickly headed towards the Five Elements peak. The closer they got to the Five Elements peak, the more shocked Fang Chen and the rest were. No wonder it was rumored to be the most dangerous place in the Five Elements state. The Five Elements peak gave everyone a very shocking feeling. Of course, in addition to the shock, there was also a strong sense of danger. What an oppressive aura. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. After hearing this, the student who followed the Iselda beside Fang Chen explained, "The Five Elements peak is so tall that it reaches the clouds. We are only halfway up the mountain. When we enter the Five Elements Academy, the air there is even more oppressive." Fang Chen heard this and nodded. Perhaps it was because of the Iselda, but this student seemed to have a good impression of Fang Chen and was indifferent to the other five. Along the way, this student explained some things about the Five Elements Academy to Fang Chen. Mo Xin was a student of the Five Elements Academy. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. He had followed Elder Bing here to welcome Fang Chen and the others. Senior brother Mo Xin, Fang Chen cupped his hands towards Mo Xin and said, "How many students are there in the Five Elements Academy?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Mo Xin said, "Everyone knows that the Five Elements Academy is the absolute overlord of the Five Elements Academy. However, there aren't many students in the academy. After so many years, excluding the students who left the Five Elements Academy, there are only about 100 students left." More than 100. Xiao Fang and the others were a little surprised when they heard this. The overlord forces of the Five Elements province only had a little over 100 young disciples. "Our Five Elements Academy doesn't care about quantity. We only care about quality," Mo Xin explained when he saw the surprise on Xiao Fang and the others' faces. Fang Chen nodded to show that he understood. What was the use of quantity if the quality wasn't high? From his conversation with Mo Xin, Fang Chen found out that Xu Yang and Zhu Qiong were only students at the bottom of the Five Elements Academy. As for Mo Xin, he could be considered a middle to lower class student. As for the top experts of the younger generation, some had even reached the advanced level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. After Fang Chen heard this, he was also shocked. Even in the Five Elements province, experts at the advanced level of the spiritual whirlpool realm could be considered a feudal lord. Even in the ancient sword continent, as long as one didn't provoke a real martial realm expert, nothing would happen. As expected of the Five Elements Academy, their foundation was too deep. It wasn't something that an ordinary sect could compare to. If a 6-star sect could be so powerful, then what about a 7-star sect or even a sect that was even more powerful? Just as the crowd was talking, the group had already arrived at the main entrance of the Five Elements Academy. Halfway up the Five Elements peak, there was a majestic door. This door was very majestic. Outside the door, there were 2 guards. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the aura of these two guards was very thick. Their cultivation was at least at the 5th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. The 5 Elements Academy is really powerful. Even the guards are at the 5th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Xiao Fang couldn't help but exclaim. As for He Jingwei and the others, they were already shocked by the glory of the 5 Elements Academy. They had never seen such a majestic sect. It was as if they were in a fairyland. The spiritual energy was many times more abundant than the outside world. Ice Elder. Just as the crowd was exclaiming, the two guards cupped their hands and greeted Ice Elder. Ice Elder nodded and then led the group into the 5 Elements Academy. Just as they entered the 5 Elements Academy, Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong left. The two of them had lost to this batch of newcomers, which made them feel disgraced. They didn't want to stay any longer. Just as they entered the 5 Elements Academy, there were elders who came to welcome Ice Elder. Ice Elder, Bloodspear Elder told me long ago. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect these 6 fellows to pass the newcomer assessment. A fat elder said with a chuckle. I'll leave the 6 of them to you. After Ice Elder finished speaking, he turned to look at the 6 of them. Finally, his gaze landed on Fang Chen. If you've thought it through, come and find me. With that, Ice Elder left. Ice Elder was one of the higher-ups of the 5 Elements Academy. Naturally, he wouldn't waste his time on such a trivial matter. Hence, after bringing them to the 5 Elements Academy, he left. Seeing that Ice Elder had left, Mo Xin nodded at Fang Chen and turned to leave. Before he left, Mo Xin told Fang Chen to look for him if he encountered any difficulties in the 5 Elements Academy. He also told him his location. In the end, only Fang Chen and the Fat Elder were left in the square of the 5 Elements Academy. I'm the Miscellaneous Elder of the 5 Elements Academy. Follow me, the Miscellaneous Elder said as he looked at the 6 of them. Along the way, the Miscellaneous Elder explained the rules of the 5 Elements Academy to the 6 of them. The rules of the 5 Elements Academy are very strict. It's best that you don't wander around. There are some places that new disciples like you can't enter, the Miscellaneous Elder said. After a while, the Miscellaneous Elder brought the 6 of them to the edge of the square. From here, they could see the endless peaks of the 5 Elements Peak. The peak that we are at is an ordinary peak of the 5 Elements Academy. This peak is also the place where the ordinary disciples train with each other. As for the other peaks, they are where the disciples train, the Miscellaneous Elder explained slowly. After listening to the Miscellaneous Elder's explanation, Fang Chen and the others knew that after becoming a disciple of the 5 Elements Academy, each of them would be able to get a peak that belonged to them. Of course, there were good and bad peaks. The weak disciples would definitely not be able to get a good peak. As for the main peak, only with the permission of the higher-ups of the sect could they enter. The 6 of you will each choose a peak in that area, the Miscellaneous Elder said. Fang Chen and the others began to choose their peaks. Xiao Fang was the first to choose, followed by He Jingwei. Fang Chen was the last to choose. The peak that Fang Chen chose was called Sword Hidden Peak. On normal days, you just need to train on the peak. Don't run around. Of course, you can also come to this peak to communicate with each other. Don't hit the peaks of the disciples. Without permission, it's best not to barge in. If something happens, it will be difficult to deal with. The Miscellaneous Elder reminded them. Subsequently, the Miscellaneous Elder gave Fang Chen and the others the uniforms and tokens of the 5 Elements Academy. When Fang Chen and the others put on the special uniforms of the 5 Elements Academy, they immediately felt that the pressure in the air disappeared in an instant. They felt extremely comfortable. The Miscellaneous Elder gave the 6 of them a booklet. This booklet introduced all the information about the 5 Elements Academy. Of course, the Academy naturally had classes. The 5 Elements Academy had a total of more than 100 students, so there were very few students in each class, only about 10. The 5 Elements Academy had a total of 10 classes. Fang Chen and the others were assigned to Class 10, which was the last class. Every day, there is a major class that you must attend. As for the other classes, you can choose at will. The Miscellaneous Elder said. After the Miscellaneous Elder settled Fang Chen and the others, he turned around and left. The competition in the Five Elements Academy will definitely be more intense than in the Five Elements Academy. We must work hard to train and strive to be outstanding in the Five Elements Academy. Qing Jingtong said excitedly. Yes, it's really great to be able to train in the Five Elements Academy. Sun Chiwen said. The Five Elements Academy is simply a sacred place for warriors to train. The spiritual energy here is too abundant. I must seize the time to train. He Jingwei said. Even Xiao Fang, who was ranked first in the Hidden Dragon ranking, couldn't hold back his excitement. After all, this was the Five Elements Academy. As for Luo Zhongtian, his eyes were twinkling. He stared at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, I am looking forward to the battle between us. After they finished talking, they directly left this peak and set foot on their own peaks. Fang Chen arrived at the sword-hidden peak and was stopped by the guarding warrior. Who are you? The warrior said in a deep voice. Fang Chen took out his own token. After the guarding warrior saw it, his face immediately became respectful. He then said with a smile, It's young Master Fang. I am the guarding warrior of the sword-hidden peak. Please come in. Under the guidance of the guarding warrior, Fang Chen entered the sword-hidden peak. There was a layer of restriction around the sword-hidden peak, which could gather the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The whole sword-hidden peak was not big. One could see the end of it at a glance. Fang Chen looked around. Young Master Fang, you are new disciples, so you can only live in these mountains with bad environments. In the future, when your status in the Five Elements Academy rises, you will be able to change to a better mountain. The martial artist guarding the mountain said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded. Along the way, he had found many good mountains. In comparison, the sword-hidden peak was far worse. However, the Five Elements Academy respected the strong. As a new disciple, Fang Chen could understand that his treatment was not as good as that of the seniors. Just as Fang Chen was talking, suddenly a young woman came out of the palace of the sword-hidden peak. She came to Fang Chen's side and saluted, Young Master, I am the maid of the sword-hidden peak. I specially serve the master of the sword-hidden peak. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Chapter 684. However, after thinking for a while, Fang Chen understood. The students who could come to the Five Elements Academy were all geniuses with great potential. The Five Elements Academy didn't want them to delay their practice because of trivial matters, so these trivial matters were left to the servants. Of course, not every servant could enter the Five Elements Academy. In order to get a place to do odd jobs in the Five Elements Academy, they had paid a lot. What's your name? Fang Chen asked. Master, my name is Xiaomai, the servant girl Xiaomai said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded and said, Well, you are responsible for cleaning the environment of the sword-hidden peak. Yes, Master, Xiaomai said. After a few simple words, Fang Chen entered the palace. There were green weeds everywhere on the sword-hidden peak. In the center of the sword-hidden peak, there was a huge palace, which was Fang Chen's residence. After entering the Five Elements Academy, one had to abide by the rules of the Five Elements Academy. The next day, Fang Chen left the sword-hidden peak and went to class. The 10 classes were set up on a small peak of the Five Elements Peak, which was called the Theory Peak. The sword-hidden peak was not far from the Theory Peak. After a while, Fang Chen came to the Theory Peak. At this time, he happened to meet Xiao Fang and others. Fang Chen, Xiao Fang called. When Fang Chen saw Xiao Fang and the others, he quickly walked over. Fang Chen, how are you? Are you used to it? Xiao Fang asked. They had just come to the Five Elements Academy. They were all newcomers, so they needed to unite with each other. Moreover, from the Ice Elder's attitude towards Fang Chen, they could feel that Fang Chen's talent in the formation was too great. Fang Chen nodded and didn't feel uncomfortable. He was just a little shocked. The sect that Fang Chen had joined before was at most a 3-star sect. He felt a little uncomfortable to join a 6-star sect. The Five Elements Academy was so brilliant that Fang Chen was shocked. Not bad, Fang Chen said. This is just the beginning. Work hard and try to improve your strength quickly in the Five Elements Academy, He Jingwei said. Then, the 6 of them quickly went to Class 10. In the center of the Theory Peak, There were 10 areas, each area, a class, was in area number 10. The closer the class was to the front, the more outstanding the class. Class, including Fang Chen, and Fang Chen's group, had a total of 16 people. When Fang Chen and the others arrived at area number 10, they saw a few people scattered around. Just as they were about to enter the class, a sinister voice suddenly entered their ears. "Aren't these the new students? Xu Yang, the two of you are really useless. You can't even deal with a few new students." This voice immediately attracted the attention of many students. Fang Chen and the others frowned when they heard it. They ignored it and walked straight to their class. "Stop right there." Suddenly, a stern voice entered the ears of Fang Chen and the others. Instantly, the 6 of them felt a majestic force lock onto them. "The 6 of you don't know the rules at all." The voice sounded again. Fang Chen's group of 6 turned their heads and saw a fat man with a disdainful smile on his face. Behind him were Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong. Meanwhile, in the 10th zone, several other students were watching from the sidelines. "Senior brother, we are new here and don't know the rules. Please don't blame us." Xiao Fang took a step forward and cupped his hands with a smile. "Those who don't know can't be blamed. Since the 6 of you are new here, I won't blame you." The fat man laughed sinisterly. Xu Yang, who was behind them, laughed coldly and said, "This is the boss of our class number 10, Wei Guang. Every new student in class number 10 has to greet boss Wei Guang first. In the future, you all have to listen to boss Wei Guang. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive in the 5 Elements Academy," Zhong Qiong said coldly. Fang Chen secretly sized up the fat man, Wei Guang. From his aura, he could tell that Wei Guang's cultivation was about the same as Mo Xin's. He had reached the 5th level of the spiritual vortex realm. To be able to be the boss of class number 10 at the 5th level of the spiritual vortex realm, it seemed that class number 10 was indeed the worst class in the 5 Elements Academy. "The 6 of you, pay me 1 million supreme grade spirit stones each, and this matter will be settled. I will protect you from now on." Wei Guang's eyes flashed as he said softly. Hearing Wei Guang's words, the other students shook their heads slightly. It seemed that these newcomers were going to suffer. Wei Guang was a well-known hooligan in class number 10. Once targeted by him, there was no good ending. Because Wei Guang was powerful and was the strongest in class number 10, all the students in class number 10 obeyed Wei Guang. When Xiao Fang and the others heard Wei Guang's words, even though they were extremely unwilling, they still took out supreme-grade spirit stones and paid it to Wei Guang. 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones was not a small sum to Xiao Fang and the others. Giving it away like this made their hearts ache. However, there was no other way. This was the 5 Elements Academy. They had no backing and were no match for Wei Guang. The 5 of them paid, but Fang Chen did not. Wei Guang looked sharply at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice, "Kid, are you trying to challenge my authority?" Fang Chen took a deep breath and tried his best to calm the anger in his heart. He then took out 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones and handed it to Wei Guang. Wei Guang kept the spirit stones and said with a smile, "That's right, ha ha ha." With that, Wei Guang turned and entered the class. Looking at Wei Guang's back, Xiao Fang and the others were furious. "Damn it, we got 6 million supreme-grade spirit stones in one go." He Jingwei said unhappily. "What can we do? We're too weak. We're no match for Wei Guang." Qing Jingtong said. "One day, I'll make him spit out all the spirit stones he took." Xiao Fang clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. Among the 6 of them, Xiao Fang's cultivation was the highest. He was also the one most likely to reach the 5th level of the spirit vortex realm in the shortest time possible. Once Xiao Fang reached the 5th level of the spirit vortex realm, he would no longer need to fear Wei Guang. However, Sun Chiwen looked at Fang Chen and said, "Fang Chen, why don't you go find Mo Xin? Isn't he good to you?" Hearing this, Fang Chen shook his head and said, "If I go find someone for help after encountering such a small setback, what will I do if I encounter a bigger setback in the future? Fang Chen, if I were you, I would have directly become a disciple of the Ice Elder. Let's see who dares to bully you." He Jingwei said. After the 6 of them exchanged a few words, They entered the class. The class was a very spacious room. The layout of the room was very strange and revealed a mysterious aura. Fang Chen and the others found a place and sat down, waiting for the teacher to arrive. After a while, the teacher arrived. The teacher of the 10th class was a middle-aged man. Although this middle-aged man looked weak, even Wei Guang respected him very much. This was because everyone knew that this middle-aged man was an expert at the high level of the spirit vortex realm. He was abnormally strong. Today, before class starts, I would like to introduce the 6 new students. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Every time the 5 Elements Academy recruited disciples, there were no rules. But every time they recruited disciples, there would at most be 2 or 3 spots. This time, there were actually 6 spots. Moreover, these 6 disciples had all passed the examination and joined the 5 Elements Academy." After the middle-aged man introduced the 6 students one by one, his gaze finally landed on Fang Chen. "Yes, 2nd level of the spirit vortex realm." The middle-aged man stared at Fang Chen. From Fang Chen's aura, he could determine that he was a 2nd-level spirit vortex realm martial artist. Then, he frowned slightly and was a little displeased. How can a 2nd-level spirit vortex realm martial artist enter the 5 Elements Academy? It was obvious that the middle-aged man was very displeased with Fang Chen. 2nd-level spirit vortex realm. After knowing Fang Chen's cultivation, Wei Guang and the others were very surprised. Teacher Jin, this time, it was Blood Spear Elder who opened the bloody battle space. Did this person use Blood Spear Elder's connections to enter? Wei Guang suddenly said. "Shut up." Teacher Jin heard and immediately scolded. Although he was very displeased with Fang Chen's cultivation, he was very unhappy with Wei Guang's words about the Bloody Spear Man. Blood Spear Elder is one of the higher-ups of our 5 Elements Academy. He's not someone you can talk about. The middle-aged man reprimanded. Then, the middle-aged man looked at Fang Chen and gestured for the 6 of them to sit down. Then, he said, "Fang Chen, right? No matter what method you use to enter the 5 Elements Academy, I have to remind you that in the 5 Elements Academy, strength is the most important thing. If you can't meet my requirements, you will be kicked out of the 5 Elements Academy." The middle-aged man looked down on Fang Chen, which made the latter very displeased. "I know you are very displeased with my words, but this is reality. The truth will always stand on the side of the strong," the middle-aged man said. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His pitch-black eyes stared at the middle-aged man without saying a word. The current him was indeed too weak. He was unable to go against Teacher Jin. However, he believed that one day, he would grow to the point where he would shock Teacher Jin. Next, class began. It was unknown if Teacher Jin did it on purpose, but after explaining some things about cultivation, he specifically picked a few difficult questions for Fang Chen to answer. If Fang Chen could answer, he would say that it was his teaching. If Fang Chen could not answer, he would harshly reprimand Fang Chen. In short, after the class, Teacher Jin was very displeased with Fang Chen. "Alright, today's class will end here. Before class ends, I would like to say a few words to Fang Chen." Teacher Jin looked at Fang Chen and said, "Your cultivation is too weak. You are unable to adapt to the environment of the 5 Elements Academy. I hope you will take care of yourself." After saying that, Teacher Jin turned and left. Wei Guang and the others had a mocking look in their eyes. They looked at Fang Chen with disdain and left as well. As for Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong, they left with Wei Guang, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Fang Chen sat quietly in his seat without saying a word. The air around him was filled with a heavy aura. "Fang Chen, don't mind Teacher Jin's words. We will fight side by side with you until we reach the 5 Elements Academy. We are clear about your ability," Xiao Fang said. "Not bad. Your potential is very strong. Cultivate well," He Jingwei advised. Chapter 685. Unknowingly, it had been half a month since he came to the 5 Elements Academy. During this time, Fang Chen had made rapid progress. He had reached the peak of LV2 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm and was only one step away from LV3 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. His combat strength had soared again. Now, He could completely crush a warrior at the early stage of LV4 spiritual whirlpool realm. During this time, Fang Chen went to class every day. Every class was no exception. Teacher Jin would deliberately make things difficult for Fang Chen. During this half a month, Fang Chen had gotten used to it. When he had nothing to do in the sword-hidden peak, Fang Chen would study the spatial ring of Western Region God Thief. After half a month, he finally understood it. In the spatial ring of Western Region God Thief, Fang Chen found a total of 5 wealth points. These wealth points were all over the western part of the 5-element state. This made Fang Chen very happy. However, after joining the 5 Elements Academy, he had to abide by the rules of the 5 Elements Academy. He could not leave without permission. Therefore, Fang Chen temporarily put this matter aside. At a certain moment, suddenly, someone broke into the sword-hidden peak. Fang Chen, get out here. A man in white was suspended in the air above the sword-hidden peak. He looked down at the entire sword-hidden peak and said coldly. Chapter 686. Blazing Heaven was one of the top 20 experts in the 5 Elements Academy's combat power ranking. He had a very high status in the 5 Elements Academy. The combat power ranking was a ranking used by the 5 Elements Academy to measure the combat power of the students. This combat power ranking had nothing to do with cultivation. It was based on one's combat power. Geniuses who could enter the 5 Elements Academy were usually able to fight above their level. Being able to enter the top 20 of the 5 Elements Academy's combat power ranking was something to be proud of. Crash. The surrounding air instantly dissipated. A figure appeared in front of the palace on Blazing Heaven Peak. The two of you, go to Elder Shenyuan. Blazing Heaven said to Shenyuan Feng and Shenyuan Qin without any expression on his face. Shenyuan Feng and Shenyuan Qin nodded and turned to leave. In fact, in the 5 Elements Academy, out of the 10 classes, the students in the top 5 classes were all top geniuses. Their combat power was so strong that it made the warriors in the bottom 5 classes sigh. Under normal circumstances, they were mostly in seclusion or searching for opportunities outside. They rarely attended classes. The students who had to attend classes every day were the students in the bottom 5 classes. This was the current situation in the 5 Elements Academy. The strong were respected. As long as you were strong enough, you could disregard the rules of the 5 Elements Academy. The 5 Elements Academy really valued the students in the top 5 classes. As for the students in the bottom 5 classes, it wasn't that they didn't value them. It was just that they didn't value them as much as the top 5 classes. The 10th class that Fang Chen was in was the lowest class in the entire 5 Elements Academy. The strongest person in the class, Wei Guang, was only a martial artist at the 5th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. Compared to the other classes, he was far inferior. One day, after Fang Chen finished his morning class, he heard that an array grandmaster was going to give a public lecture in the afternoon. Hearing this news, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He was very interested. After asking around, Fang Chen learned that this array formation grandmaster was a top-notch array formation grandmaster who was only a step away from becoming an array formation grandmaster. One had to know that an array saint master was a legendary existence. It was said that even in the entire 5 Elements Academy, there was only one array saint master. The rest were all array grandmasters. The fact that Fang Chen was able to become an array grandmaster in such a short period of time was enough to show how talented he was in the array Dao. At this moment, Fang Chen thought of his array formation master, the mysterious white-haired old man. He did not know where he was. Perhaps Master has also reached the level of an array saint master in the Tao of arrays, Fang Chen guessed. After the morning class, Fang Chen returned to the sword-hidden peak. It was not until the afternoon that Fang Chen came from the sword-hidden peak to the theory peak. On a square in the theory peak, the square was very wide. Every powerful figure of the 5 Elements Academy would choose this square for their public lectures. When Fang Chen arrived, there were no less than 30 martial artists in the entire square. Fang Chen stood in a corner of the square, waiting for the arrival of the array formation grandmaster. Senior brother, who is the array formation grandmaster in the public lecture this time? Fang Chen glanced at a warrior around him and asked in a low voice. When the cultivator heard this, he glanced at Fang Chen in astonishment before saying, "You must be new." Fang Chen nodded. Seeing this, the warrior grinned and said, "No wonder even the Glory Grandmaster doesn't know. Isn't it the Ice Elder?" Fang Chen asked softly. When the warrior heard the words Ice Elder, he shook his head slightly and said, "Ice Elder is the strongest person below the Array Saint Master. Even the Glory Grandmaster is not comparable to Ice Elder. Ice Elder is so noble, how could he come here to give a public lecture?" From the warrior next to him, he learned that the Array Formation Grandmaster in the public lecture this time was called Glory, not Ice Elder. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a white-clothed old man suddenly appeared at the front of the plaza as light as a feather. His appearance caused an uproar in the entire square. Countless martialists shouted the name of the glorious martial Grandmaster excitedly. "He deserves to be called the Glory Grandmaster. He is so popular." Yes, although the Glory Grandmaster is not as good as Ice Elder, his achievements in the Tao of Arrays should not be underestimated. "Yes, I heard that the Glory Grandmaster took in a disciple some time ago. I wonder which lucky fellow was actually chosen by the Glory Grandmaster. There are only a few warriors in the Five Elements Academy who are good at array formations. It must be one of them." Many warriors around Fang Chen were discussing this. Fang Chen's eyes were fixed on the Glory Grandmaster. The Glory Grandmaster looked at the crowd and smiled. Then, he nodded and said, "Everyone, be quiet." The Glory Grandmaster waved his hands and gestured for everyone to be quiet. However, at that moment, Fang Chen noticed a small detail. When the Glory Grandmaster stretched out his hands, the power of heaven and earth around him suddenly changed slightly. Furthermore, the Glory Grandmaster's eyes flickered for a moment. Fang Chen sensed carefully and instantly discovered that the Glory Grandmaster had quietly set up an array formation. Impressive. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. He was indeed a top array Grandmaster. He had set up an array formation with a wave of his hand, and these warriors were completely unaware. Hearing the Glory Grandmaster's words, more than 30 warriors sat cross-legged on the square. The entire square quieted down in an instant. "Before the public lecture, I want to ask everyone a question," the Glory Grandmaster suddenly said. "Glory Grandmaster, what question do you want to ask?" Some warriors sitting in the front row asked. The Glory Grandmaster looked around and said, "I have set up an array formation on the square. Who can sense what kind of array formation it is?" Hearing the Glory Grandmaster's words, many warriors in the square were shocked. They had not sensed anything at all. The Glory Grandmaster had set up an array formation. It's really terrifying. If it was an enemy, the Glory Grandmaster would have killed it long ago. Yes, he has quietly set up an array formation. No one knows yet. Among the people present, there are many who have high achievements in the Tao of Arrays. Even they do not know. Many warriors exclaimed. They sensed one after another, but without exception, they could not sense the existence of the array formation at all. After sensing for a while, a black-clothed warrior standing in the front row said, "The Glory Grandmaster's array formation is too mysterious. We can't sense it." Hearing the black-clothed warrior speak, everyone nodded. If even the black-clothed warrior could not sense it, no one in the square would be able to sense it. The black-clothed warrior was the strongest in the Tao of Arrays in the last 5 classes. His name was Hei Wu. He had just advanced to the Array Grandmaster realm and had not completely stabilized his realm. No one sensed it. The Glory Grandmaster looked around and asked. If even Hei Wu could not sense it, who else could? Everyone shook their heads, waiting for the Glory Grandmaster to say the name of the array formation. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes opened instantly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The Glory Grandmaster actually set up such an array formation, Fang Chen thought to himself. The Glory Grandmaster looked around and suddenly saw Fang Chen smiling in the last row. He immediately said, "This student in the last row, your face is full of smiles. Could it be that you can sense it?" In fact, the Glory Grandmaster was just asking casually. He never thought that Fang Chen could sense it. Hearing the Glory Grandmaster's words, countless eyes in the square focused on Fang Chen. Humph, even Hei Wu can't sense it. Can this kid do it? Impossible, he can't sense it. What a fool. He actually dares to smile. Is he courting death? The eyes of many warriors were filled with displeasure. Fang Chen was also a little stunned. He had not expected the Glory Grandmaster to ask him. He slowly stood up and raised his eyes to look at the Glory Grandmaster in front of him. This junior can sense a little of the array formation set up by the Glory Grandmaster, Fang Chen said. Crash. The entire square was in an uproar. Hei Wu's face was full of coldness. He thought that Fang Chen was playing to the gallery. Bullshit, even Hei Wu can't sense it. How can you sense it? Playing to the gallery, definitely playing to the gallery. I seem to remember him. He's a newcomer in Class 10. Humph, a mere newcomer dares to be so arrogant. He's really courting death. Is he deliberately sabotaging the Glory Grandmaster's public lecture? I'd like to see if he can say the name of the array formation. Many warriors were full of disdain for Fang Chen. Even the warrior who had just introduced the Glory Grandmaster to Fang Chen shook his head slightly, thinking that Fang Chen was too impulsive. Oh, you can sense it. The Glory Grandmaster looked at Fang Chen in surprise and said, "Tell me. It doesn't matter if you say it wrong. Glory Grandmaster, the array formation you set up should be a supreme grade profound level array formation called the Golden Light Demon Subduing Array," Fang Chen said. You're talking nonsense. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, Black 5, who was in the first row, scolded Fang Chen before Grandmaster Glory could say anything. If you don't know, then don't know. If you want to play to the gallery, you need to have the ability, Hei Wu said coldly. As an array formation Grandmaster, how could Hei Wu not know about the Golden Light Demon Subduing Array? If it was the Golden Light Demon Subduing Array, he would definitely be able to sense it. Furthermore, there were no characteristics of the Golden Light Demon Subduing Array in the square. Thus, Hei Wu directly rejected Fang Chen's explanation. It can't be the Golden Light Demon Subduing Array, Hei Wu said again. Upon hearing this, many warriors on the square began to mock Fang Chen. Some of them even asked Fang Chen to get out of the square. At this moment, only the Glory Grandmaster had a trace of surprise in his eyes. Chapter 687. Fang Chen nodded. That's right. It really is the Golden Photovoltaic Devil Formation. What proof do you have? Grandmaster Glory continued to ask. Hearing Grandmaster Glory's question, the noisy plaza instantly quieted down. Everyone's gazes were filled with schadenfreude. They were waiting for Fang Chen's words to infuriate Grandmaster Glory. At that time, there would be a good show to watch. The Golden Light Devil Subduing Formation's characteristic is that it radiates golden light everywhere. The formation is filled with a boundless devil subduing aura. However, there are no signs of the Golden Light Devil Subduing Formation in the plaza. Fang Chen slowly said, however, it's precisely because of this that Grandmaster Glory's method of setting up the formation is brilliant. Continue, said Grandmaster Glory. When Grandmaster Glory first arrived at the plaza and indicated for everyone to be quiet, he extended his hands and began to set up the formation. Originally, setting up the Golden Light Devil Subduing Formation would definitely emit a golden light aura. However, this is where the brilliance lies. Grandmaster Glory used a special method to conceal the aura of the Golden Light Devil Subduing Formation so that no one could sense it. Furthermore, the most important thing is that Grandmaster Glory should have a powerful formation inheritance. He should be able to hide the formation in the void so that no one can sense it, said Fang Chen. After hearing Fang Chen's words, the surrounding cultivators all sneered, thinking that Fang Chen was just putting on an act. Since I hid the formation in the void, how did you discover it? Asked Grandmaster Glory. Fang Chen grinned and then shook his head slightly. He didn't say anything. H, so you're still pretending. Now you can't continue. What an idiot. He actually dared to fool Grandmaster Glory. He should look in the mirror before lying. This kind of person isn't worthy of listening to Grandmaster Glory's public lecture. Just directly kick him out. Scolding voices rang out from the plaza. Even Hei Wu in the first row sneered, "Brat, speak. Why aren't you saying anything?" Fang Chen ignored the mockery of the crowd. He stared at Grandmaster Glory with burning eyes and asked, "Grandmaster Glory, am I right?" As soon as Fang Chen said this, Martial Grandmaster Glory suddenly burst into hearty laughter. What is your name? Grandmaster Rongguang asked. Junior is Fang Chen. Fang Chen cupped his hands. Fang Chen, good. Are you willing to become my disciple? Grandmaster Glorious laughed mischievously. Boom! The plaza was filled with shock. Countless cultivators looked at Grandmaster Rongguang in astonishment. What's going on? Why would Grandmaster Rongguang accept him as a disciple? Could it be that he was right? It can't be, even Black 5 can't say it, how can he be right? Looks like he's right. Otherwise, Grandmaster Glory wouldn't be like this. All the cultivators were thoroughly shocked. They had just been mocking Fang Chen, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a formation genius in the eyes of the Grandmaster Glory. No, impossible. How could he be right? Hei Wu in the first row cried out inwardly. He didn't believe that Fang Chen could say it. Grandmaster Glory, he clearly said it wrong. Why did you accept him as a disciple? In the end, Hei Wu was unable to restrain his anger. He stood up and looked at Grandmaster Glory. Grandmaster Glory shook his head slightly and sighed. Hei Wu, as a formation Grandmaster, don't you understand the difference between you and him? When Grandmaster Glory said this, he was even more certain that Fang Chen was right. Hei Wu doesn't understand. Grandmaster Glory, is your formation really the gold photovoltaic devil formation? Hei Wu continued, a trace of stubbornness in his eyes. Grandmaster Glory waved his hand, and the formation hidden in the void was instantly exposed. A dazzling golden light appeared in the sky. The golden light shot everywhere, and a devil-subduing aura filled the entire plaza. Countless cultivators were shocked. The gold light devil-subduing formation had revealed its true appearance. Do you still have any questions? Asked Grandmaster Glory. Hei Wu stood stiffly in the plaza, not moving at all. His mind was filled with unwillingness. How is this possible? If he can discover it, why can't I? Hei Wu cried out inwardly. When the gold light devil subduing formation appeared, everyone knew that Fang Chen had been right. This formation was the gold light devil subduing formation. At the same time, many cultivators looked at Fang Chen with shock. This kid's talent in the Tao of formations was too strong. Even Hei Wu couldn't sense it, but he had. Could he also be a formation Grandmaster? Sit down. Grandmaster Glory waved his hand, indicating for Hei Wu to sit. Then he looked at Fang Chen. Are you willing? Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. Of all the cultivators who had come to listen to Grandmaster Glory's public lecture, which one of them didn't want to become his disciple? However, Grandmaster Glory wouldn't easily accept a disciple. Yet this kid had actually obtained such a rare opportunity. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Sorry, Grandmaster Glory, this junior doesn't want to become a disciple for the time being. Boom. The plaza was once more in an uproar. Everyone wished they could eat Fang Chen alive. He had actually wasted such a good opportunity. In the past, it had always been others who had been rejected by Grandmaster Glory. But this time, it was someone else who had rejected Grandmaster Glory. Was this cultivator crazy? He had even directly rejected Grandmaster Glory's request to accept a disciple. Everyone shook their heads. Some felt pity for Fang Chen, while others rejoiced in his misfortune. Hei Wu, who was sitting in the first row, said coldly, Kid, Grandmaster Glory has accepted you as a disciple because he thinks highly of you. You actually dared to publicly reject him. Do you want to die? In the face of Hei Wu's rebuke, Fang Chen fought back strongly. It seems like you don't have the right to decide my matters. Fang Chen's merciless counterattack stunned Hei Wu. Then, he flew into a rage and immediately wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson. However, he was stopped by Grandmaster Glory. Give me a reason, Grandmaster Glory asked. Before you, the Ice Elder also sent me an invitation to accept a disciple, Fang Chen said softly. Grandmaster Rongguang was startled when he heard this. He immediately nodded and said, so that's how it is. The old me is not worth mentioning when compared to the Ice Elder. You have made the right choice by acknowledging the Ice Elder as your master. The Ice Elder was much stronger than the Glory Grandmaster. What? He is actually the Ice Elder's disciple? At that moment, many cultivators were shocked. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. However, I also rejected it, Fang Chen said. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The entire square was in an uproar. All the cultivators stared blankly at Fang Chen. Where did this kid come from? Why had he rejected the Ice Elder's invitation to accept a disciple? What rejection? Grandmaster Glory was a little surprised when he heard this. He even rejected the Ice Elder's invitation to accept a disciple. Is there something wrong with this kid's head? Maybe he is just bragging. There are many cultivators who want to become the Ice Elder's disciple. Why would the Ice Elder take a fancy to him? No matter what, he rejected the Grandmaster Glory's invitation. He is completely famous now. Many cultivators exclaimed in surprise and started discussing this. On the other hand, Fang Chen nodded apologetically at Glorious Grandmaster and sat down on the square. Grandmaster Glory shook his head and stopped thinking about what had just happened. He believed in Fang Chen's words. Given Fang Chen's talent in array formations, even the Ice Elder would cherish this talent. However, he was a little puzzled as to why this kid had rejected the Ice Elder's invitation to accept a disciple. However, the more this was the case, the more interested he was in Fang Chen. Powerhouses weren't taught, but fought their way through. Array formations were more about quality than complexity. Fang Chen already had an array formation master, so there was no need for him to take someone else as his master. In the following time, Grandmaster Rongguang began to give public lectures. He explained some things about the array Dao. Fang Chen also listened attentively. No matter what, Grandmaster Glory's understanding of array formations wasn't something he could compare to. Grandmaster Glory explained for an hour. The remaining hour was free for questions. If there was anything they didn't understand, they could ask directly. Grandmaster Glory would explain it personally. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. During this time, Fang Chen had gained a lot. Based on Grandmaster Glory's explanation and the information in the Array Formation Basic Scroll, Fang Chen's understanding of array formations was getting deeper and deeper. Although it had only been 2 hours, Fang Chen felt that his understanding of array formations seemed to have loosened. Sure enough, I can't just keep cultivating. I also have to listen to the opinions of my elders, Fang Chen mumbled to himself. When the lesson was over, Grandmaster Glory stood up and said, "This public lecture is over." After saying that, Grandmaster Glory turned around and left. However, when he reached the edge of the square, he glanced at Fang Chen and said, "You can ask me if there is anything you don't understand about array formations." After saying that, Grandmaster Glory turned around and left. After Grandmaster Glory left, everyone's eyes focused on Fang Chen. At this moment, Hei Wu, who was in the first row, walked in front of Fang Chen and stared at Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, right?" Hei Wu said coldly. "I don't know what you want to ask," Fang Chen said. "You even dared to refuse Grandmaster Glory's invitation to take you as a disciple. It seems that your achievements in array formations must be very high. I'm not talented, but I want to challenge you, a genius array formation," Hei Wu said sinisterly. Fang Chen looked at Hei Wu carefully and said, "I'm not free." After saying that, Fang Chen turned around and left. "Stop right there." Black 5 was instantly enraged by Fang Chen's blatant disregard for him. Fang Chen ignored Hei Wu and left directly. "You're courting death." Seeing this, Hei Wu was furious. He gathered all the strength in his body on his fist and punched at Fang Chen. Fang Chen sensed the fist behind him and blocked it with his fist. However, he was still pushed back by Hei Wu's powerful strength. After Fang Chen stabilized his body, a cold glint flashed across his eyes as he spoke in a cold voice. Chapter 688. Time and place. Hei Wu attacked for no reason. Hei Wu's actions thoroughly angered Fang Chen. Fang Chen's voice was very domineering and spread throughout the square. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty coldness. 3 days later, on the martial arts practice field, Hei Wu sneered and left after saying that. Hei Wu's cultivation was much stronger than Fang Chen's. He did not believe that he was inferior to Fang Chen, a newcomer, in terms of formations. Fang Chen accepted Hei Wu's challenge. Everyone in the square exclaimed. That day, this news spread like wildfire in the last 5 classes. Countless cultivators were curious about who Fang Chen was. He actually dared to challenge He Wu. Of course, there were still a few people who knew Fang Chen's background. For example, Xu Yang, Zhong Qiong, and Mo Xin. After the 3 of them heard the news, they secretly sighed. It seemed that He Wu was going to suffer again. In terms of combat strength, He Wu could completely crush Fang Chen. However, in terms of formations, He Wu was not Fang Chen's opponent. While the outside world was in an uproar, Xiao Fang and the others gathered at the sword-hidden peak. Fang Chen, you are too reckless. I have also asked someone to inquire about He Wu. He is also a formation great grandmaster. Are you sure you can win the battle in 3 days? Xiao Fang's eyes flickered as he asked. That's right, Fang Chen. You rejected the Ice Elder and Grandmaster Rong Guang's invitation to become a disciple. This news has spread throughout the entire 5 Elements Academy. Many warriors want to meet you. He Jingwei said. If it is a simple battle of formations, I am not worried about Fang Chen. However, I am afraid that He Wu will lose to Fang Chen in the battle of formations. In anger, he will show his terrifying combat strength and crush Fang Chen. Qing Jingtong said with a dignified face. Sun Chiwen glanced at Fang Chen. He didn't say anything, but there was still a hint of worry on his face. The few of them had walked side by side from the bloody space all the way to the 5 Elements Academy. They could be considered friends who had gone through thick and thin together. Moreover, in the newcomer assessment, if it weren't for Fang Chen's array, they wouldn't have been able to defeat Zhong Qiong and Xu Yang. In any case, they recognized Fang Chen and were sincerely willing to befriend Fang Chen. Fang Chen remained silent and did not say anything. After being bullied to this extent, if he still did not retaliate, then how was he going to cultivate hard in the future? The other 4 had all arrived, except for Luo Zhongtian. It was said that Luo Zhongtian seemed to have found a backer recently to be a lackey. However, Fang Chen did not care about Luo Zhongtian. Xiao Fang and the others left after staying in Fang Chen's sword-hidden peak for a few hours. Before leaving, they reminded Fang Chen that he must be careful in the battle 3 days later. Since the 3-day appointment between Fang Chen and He Wu spread throughout the 5 Elements Academy, all the students were talking about it. In the 5 Elements Academy, the voices of Fang Chen could be heard everywhere. Have you heard that the newcomer Fang Chen will compete with He Wu in array 3 days? Well, it's ridiculous to compete with He Wu in array. He Wu is a great master of array. How can a newcomer compare with him? I think he will be severely taught a lesson by He Wu. I heard that this guy is quite talented in array and has attracted the attention of Ice Elder and Grandmaster Rongguang. In short, the whole 5 Elements Academy was talking about Fang Chen everywhere. During these 3 days, Fang Chen practiced array in Sword-Hidden Peak in addition to attending classes. Since that day, Fang Chen had an epiphany after listening to Grandmaster Rongguang's public lecture. In these 3 days, Fang Chen's realm in array had improved a little. The current Fang Chen was already able to set up a high-tier Xian formation with ease. If outsiders were to know of this progress, they would definitely be shocked. On a mountain peak in the 5 Elements Academy, it was very quiet. Ordinary students were not qualified to set foot on this mountain peak. This mountain peak was Ice Elder's peak. Ice Elder sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, surrounded by the power of heaven and earth. He seemed to be practicing. Suddenly, a warrior ran over quickly. Ice Elder sensed that someone was approaching and suddenly opened his eyes. He said, "What's the matter?" Ice Elder, Fang Chen, whom you asked me to pay attention to, will compete with He Wu in array 3 days, the warrior said in a low voice. He knew that since Ice Elder had asked him to pay attention to Fang Chen, he must have attached great importance to Fang Chen. Therefore, he rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Yes, to compete with He Wu. Ice Elder shook his head slightly and said, He Wu is no match for him. Hearing Ice Elder's words, the warrior was secretly shocked. It seemed that Fang Chen's talent in array formation was really outstanding. He could actually gain Ice Elder's trust. Then, in 3 days, go and watch the battle. If He Wu does not play by the rules, You know what will happen. After saying that, Ice Elder closed his eyes again. Hearing this, the warrior nodded his head and turned to leave. On another tall mountain peak, there were two beautiful women. One of them exuded a gentle aura, while the other exuded a fiery aura. They were very active. Sister Yu, I heard that a newcomer who just entered the Five Elements Academy wants to compete with Hei Wu in array formation, the woman exuding a fiery aura said with a smile. Yes. The woman called Sister Yu nodded. Sister Yu, just what has attracted your attention? Ever since you came to the Five Elements Academy, you've been bitterly cultivating, asked the fiery woman. Sister Yu shook her head. Her clear eyes contained a trace of longing as she looked at the boundless horizon. Sister Yu, I heard that many people will be going to watch. Do you want to go take a look? Asked the fiery woman. Sister Yu shook her head. Seeing this, the fiery woman said, All right, I'll go take a look. The fiery woman loved to join in on the fun. How could she miss out on such a thing? Shenyuan Feng and Shenyuan Qin had returned from their grandfather's residence. This time, Grandpa had called the siblings over to explain some things about cultivation to them. Then, he had them come back. However, as soon as they returned to Heaven Leaving Peak, Shenyuan Feng and Shenyuan Qin heard that a newcomer wanted to challenge Hei Wu. What newcomer dares to challenge Hei Wu? Cried Shenyuan Qin in astonishment. Just who is this newcomer? Is he trying to play to the gallery, or does he really have something special about him? Shenyuan Feng frowned. In the end, the two siblings decided that in 3 days, they had to go watch this newcomer fight Hei Wu. Of course, what they didn't know was that they actually knew this newcomer. Moreover, they had both come from the 4 great mountain ranges. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The entire Five Elements Academy's 5-class area was bustling with noise and excitement. Many martial artists were heading to the martial practice field. Of course, there were also some powerful disciples who didn't care about this at all. They didn't even bother to watch. When the time for the battle arrived, the martial practice field was filled with many martial artists. Hei Wu had arrived very early on the martial practice field. Hei Wu wore pitch-black robes and stood ramrod straight on the martial practice field. A powerful aura surged from his body. Shenyuan Feng and Shenyuan Qin had arrived very early. As workers, their status in the Five Elements Academy wasn't high, so they could only stand at the back. Is he Hei Wu? I heard that he's a formation grandmaster. Shenyuan Qin's eyes twinkled as she looked at Hei Wu on the martial practice field. A formation grandmaster. Shenyuan Feng couldn't help sighing. Even in the Five Elements Academy, formation grandmasters were rare. This Hei Wu gave him a very dangerous feeling. That newcomer still hasn't arrived? Asked Shenyuan Qin. We'll know in a bit, said Shenyuan Feng. Just as Shenyuan Feng and Shenyuan Qin were chatting, there was a commotion in the martial arts practice field. Shenyuan Feng sensed something and raised his head to look. He was surprised to see a beautiful woman in a fiery red dress slowly walking into the martial arts practice field. Lin Yanger? Why is she here? Could it be that she's here to watch Hei Wu's battle? Even Lin Yanger is here. It seems that this battle has attracted a lot of people. Everyone in the martial practice field exclaimed as they looked at Lin Yanger with a fiery gaze. Lin Yanger was one of the goddesses of the Five Elements Academy. She was extremely beautiful and extremely strong. She was a student of the top 5 classes and was rarely seen. No one knew why she was here. Senior Sister Lin Yanger. Senior Sister Lin Yanger is too beautiful. Lin Yanger walked through the crowd and everyone exclaimed. Lin Yanger's face was very calm. She walked down the martial practice field and said to everyone, I'm only here to watch the battle of formations. Don't worry about me. Hei Wu was extremely excited when he heard Lin Yanger's words. He thought that Lin Yanger had specially come to watch his battle. He was very happy. Lin Yanger's arrival caused a commotion. It took a while for the martial practice field to calm down. As expected of the goddess Lin Yanger. She's so popular. Shenyuan Qin curled her lips. Although Shenyuan Qin was also very beautiful, compared to Lin Yanger, she was overshadowed. Of course, Shenyuan Qin did not care too much. After all, appearance was not something that she could decide. However, she was also very surprised when she felt Lin Yang's popularity. Lin Yang's temperament is too perfect. That's why she can attract so many people. But I don't know why she's here to watch a newcomer's battle. Shen Yuanfeng was a little puzzled. They were the servants of Li Tian Peak. Li Tian did not even bother to watch. Lin Yang was a student who was stronger than Li Tian. She actually came personally. After thinking for a long time, Shen Yuanfeng still could not understand. In the end, he gave up. Right at this moment, someone shouted. Chapter 689. Xiao Fang and the others accompanied Fang Chen to the martial arts practice field. Fang Chen's face was very calm as he leisurely walked out of the crowd onto the martial arts practice field. Xiao Fang and the others stood below the martial arts practice field, cheering for Fang Chen. "Here's the newcomer." Lin Yang's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fang Chen and muttered to herself. Fang Chen's arrival caused the atmosphere in the martial arts practice field to become even more heated. However, Shen Yuanfeng and Shen Yuanqin, who were in the last row, widened their eyes as they looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. "Here's the newcomer," Shen Yuanqin said in shock after a long while. "Fang Chen, how could it be him?" Shen Yuanfeng's face was filled with shock. Fang Chen, the newcomer who challenged Black 5, was actually Fang Chen. He really came to the Five Elements Academy. After a long while, the Shen Yuan siblings finally recovered from their shock. They looked at Fang Chen with shock in their eyes. "I've said it before. With Brother Fang's potential, he would definitely be able to enter the Five Elements Academy," Shen Yuanfeng said in a low voice. "I didn't expect to meet Fang Chen here," Shen Yuanqin said with a smile. Shen Yuanfeng looked at Fang Chen's back on the martial arts practice field and felt very emotional. Back then, when they were in the Four Great Ridge, Fang Chen's strength was not inferior to his. However, Fang Chen relied on his own efforts to become the strongest person in the Four Great Ridge's younger generation. Now, Fang Chen had become a student of the Five Elements Academy, and he had become a servant of the Five Elements Academy through his grandfather's connections. Ever since he reached the spiritual vortex realm, the gap between him and Fang Chen had widened. "I will definitely catch up to you," Shen Yuanfeng said in his heart as he clenched his fists. After seeing Fang Chen, Shen Yuanfeng knew that it would not be easy to catch up to Fang Chen. However, it was precisely because there was a challenge that there was fun. "Big brother, I want to believe in you," Shen Yuanqin said. Shen Yuanfeng nodded heavily and did not say anything. At this moment, Black 5's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Fang Chen. He said disdainfully, "Brat, today, I'll let you know the consequences of your arrogance." "Who's the arrogant one here?" Fang Chen retorted. "Today's battle is purely a competition of array formations. I, Hei Wu, will not bully you by using spiritual qi. But even so, I will still crush you," Black 5 said in a deep voice. Goddess Lin Yang was just below the martial arts stage. He, Black 5, not only wanted to win, he also wanted to win beautifully. He wanted Goddess Lin Yang to see him in a new light. Lin Yang did not say anything. She stood there quietly as a scorching aura spread out. Countless warriors around looked at Lin Yang. Lin Yang did not care about this. She had come here to see how capable this newcomer was to be able to attract the attention of the Ice Elder and the glorious Grandmaster. "You talk too much," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Black 5 was furious and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a figure flew over from afar and instantly appeared on the martial arts stage. His appearance shocked countless martialists. The only disciple of the glorious Grandmaster. "He's here too. Is he here to look for this newcomer?" This battle has attracted so many people. Many martial artists felt their hearts tremble as they discussed. Fang Chen looked at the warrior. He was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. He did not emit any aura. "You are Fang Chen?" the warrior in white suddenly asked. Fang Chen nodded. The warrior in white said, "My master wanted to accept you as his disciple, but you rejected him." When Fang Chen heard this, he understood that this person should be the disciple of Honorable Martial Grandmaster. A helpless expression appeared on his face. He did not expect that a mere battle of arrays would attract so many people. Obviously, the warrior in white had a grudge against him. I want to see what qualifications you have to reject my master's request to take you in as a disciple, the white-clothed cultivator said coldly as he held the folding fan in his hand. I will not interfere in your battle with Black 5. If you can defeat Black 5, then you are barely qualified for me to take action. The white-robed martial artist's figure flashed and landed directly below the martial arts stage, standing beside Lin Yanga. Junior sister Lin Yanga. When the warrior in white saw Lin Yanga, a smile appeared on his face. Lin Yanga ignored Kong-en. She did not like the latter's temper. Kong-en was the disciple of the glorious Grandmaster. He had an illustrious position in the Five Elements Academy. When he had heard that his master wanted to accept a new disciple, he had been very puzzled. Furthermore, the most shocking thing was that this new disciple had actually rejected his master's invitation. He was filled with resentment. He felt that this brat was looking down on his master. Even though he had wanted to find Fang Chen, he had restrained himself after hearing that the 3-day agreement would be held. But today, he had come. If Fang Chen defeated Black 5, he would personally teach him a lesson. But if this person could not even defeat Black 5, then he was not qualified for him to take action. Brat, it seems you've offended quite a few people, said Black 5. Fang Chen was silent. He did not say anything, but his body was emitting a terrifying aura. Crash. At this moment, Hei Wu shouted. Suddenly, countless pieces of top-grade spirit stones appeared in his hand. He shook his wrist and constantly made a complicated seal. In an instant, he arranged a formation. Minor Development Formation. Black 5 immediately set up a primary rank profound rank array. Seeing Black 5's minor development formation, everyone let out startled cries. Brat, let's see how you'll break my minor development formation, said Black 5 coldly. A trifling minor development formation. Fang Chen grinned. Black 5 wanted to use the minor development formation to defeat him? What a joke. Hiss. Fang Chen's wrist trembled, and he instantly formed a fiery formation. This formation was called the Kang Flame Formation. When the minor development formation was activated, it would produce some water elemental energy. Furthermore, it would use the water elemental energy as the center to launch an attack. Fang Chen was very familiar with the minor development formation. Since he wanted to use formations to fight, then he had to create a formation that countered the minor development formation. So he chose the Kang Flame Formation. Rumble. When Fang Chen's Kang Yang formation was set up, the inside of the formation was instantly filled with dense black flames. These black flames directly devoured Hei Wu's little development formation under everyone's dumbfounded gazes. Crack. Black 5's minor development formation instantly shattered. This. Black 5 turned pale with fright. Fang Chen's Kang Flame formation was too powerful. Especially the black flames within the formation. They actually caused him to feel a trace of danger. Black flames. Below the martial stage, Lin Yanga's eyes were filled with shock. At the start, she had also come here to watch the show. But Fang Chen's black flames had caused her to be extremely shocked. Just what are those black flames? Why do even I feel threatened by them? Huge waves were set off in Lin Yanga's heart. This newcomer seemed to be much stronger than she had imagined. Lin Yanga specialized in the Tao of Flame. Her control over the concept of flame had already reached the point of perfection. So in front of Lin Yanga, no flame could cause her to feel fear. But Fang Chen's black flames had caused her to feel fear. Lin Yanga's eyes were tightly glued to the black flames within the Kang Flame Formation. Her expression was complicated. To the side, Kong-en was also slightly shocked, but he quickly calmed down. It looks like your minor development formation is also unable to withstand a single blow. Fang Chen's voice rang out from within the Kang Flame Formation. Brat, don't be too pleased with yourself. As soon as Hei Wu's voice fell, he suddenly set up another array formation. This formation was one that Black 5 had only recently succeeded in cultivating. It was extremely powerful. Whoosh. Once the formation was set up, a dense azure light appeared within the formation. This was the concept of wind. A mid-tier profound grade formation. Fang Chen instantly determined the level of Black Five's formation. Although he didn't recognize this formation, he knew that just the Kang Flame formation alone wouldn't be able to block it. As expected, after an intense battle, the Kang Flame formation shattered. Fang Chen didn't care too much about it. On the other hand, Black Five's face was filled with excitement after breaking Fang Chen's Kang Flame formation. "Brat, your Kang Flame formation is only SOSO, said Black Five coldly. A battle of formations was a very simple matter. Fang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He wanted to end the battle. "It's time to end the battle," said Fang Chen softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Void Plundering formation was instantly set up. When the Void Plundering formation was set up, the tyrannical plundering power instantly absorbed the concept of wind within Black Five's formation. Void Plundering formation, Black Five shouted when he noticed the changes in his formation. As a student of the Five Elements Academy, he naturally heard of the Void Plundering formation. All along, Black Five had thought that the Void Plundering formation was only a legend. But today, he actually saw it with his own eyes. Intermediate Array Grandmaster. Black Five instantly understood that Fang Chen was an Intermediate Array Grandmaster. In terms of formations, he was much stronger than him. The Void Plundering formation smashed Black Five's formation with an unstoppable force. When he learned that Fang Chen was able to set up the Void Plundering formation, Black Five knew that he had lost to a newcomer. Below the martial stage, Kongan was also shocked. "This brat actually managed to learn the Void Plundering formation," said Kongan. To the side, Lin Yang's eyes flickered. The more she paid attention to Fang Chen, the more mysterious she found him to be. "Brat, you're an Intermediate Array Grandmaster, but you're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger," roared Black Five furiously. "You were the one who wanted to challenge me," said Fang Chen coldly. If it weren't for Black Five repeatedly targeting him, he wouldn't have accepted his challenge. Damn it. Black Five was furious. Spiritual chi surged out of his body, and a majestic aura instantly erupted. Everyone was shocked. Black Five had been forced to this extent. Was he going to use his absolute strength to suppress Fang Chen? "Enough. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Kongan suddenly roared. Being defeated by the Void Plundering formation wasn't something to be embarrassed about. But if Black Five used his spiritual chi, then it would be embarrassing. Chapter 690. Defeated. Hei Wu had actually been defeated. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have been so shocked. But Hei Wu had been defeated by a newcomer. No wonder this newcomer was able to attract the attention of the glorious Grandmaster and the Ice Elder. Even Hei Wu, a formation Grandmaster, was no match for him. His talent in formations was too heaven-defying. Heavens, this newcomer is too fierce. He even defeated Hei Wu. Yeah, and he defeated Hei Wu so cleanly. The latter didn't even have a chance to resist. It's funny that we were laughing at him before. So he's already a formation Grandmaster, and his realm is even higher than Hei Wu's. No wonder the glorious Grandmaster wanted to take him as a disciple. For a moment, the entire practice field was filled with discussion. Everyone was shocked by Fang Chen's strength. In the last row, the Shenyuan siblings were also shocked. Brother Fang's formation realm is so high. Shenyuan Feng was also shocked. Back in the Four Great Mountain Ranges, he had only known that Fang Chen's martial talent was heaven-defying. But he hadn't expected his talent in formations to be so high as well. He's really abnormal. Shenyuan Qin's eyes were filled with shock. On the practice field, Hei Wu gave up his attack after hearing Kongan's reprimand. He stood there unhappily. Crash. Kongan leapt onto the martial stage and said, "Students of the Five Elements Academy must pay attention to the word integrity. This time, you were competing in array formations, and you lost to him. This means that your array formation realm is inferior to his. After you lost, not only did you not reflect, you even flew into a rage out of humiliation, wanting to activate your spiritual chi." Hei Wu lowered his head and said, "Senior apprentice brother Kongan is right." Hei Wu glanced at Fang Chen and said, "Brat, next time I'll definitely crush you in formations." After that, Hei Wu walked down the stage and left the martial arts field. He had previously vowed that he would crush Fang Chen. But in the end, he had been crushed by this newcomer. He felt his face burning. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. After He Wu left, Kong'an looked at Fang Chen and said, "Your formation skills have exceeded my expectations. However, with just a void plundering array, I'm afraid you're no match for me." Kong'an's intention was very clear. He wanted to teach this arrogant and ignorant fellow a lesson. Fang Chen looked at Kong'an vigilantly. This person was stronger than He Wu, and the slightest carelessness would give him an opportunity. "Kong'an, are you trying to bully the weak?" At this moment, Lin Yang'er spoke. Kong'an grinned and said, "Lin Yang'er, I'm going to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Are you going to stop me?" Before Lin Yang'er could speak, a deep voice resounded throughout the entire martial arts practice grounds. "Today's matter ends here. You may all disperse." Everyone turned to look. The person who had spoken was a middle-aged martialist. This martialist's gaze was fixed on Fang Chen. Yes, he seems to be the Ice Elder's guardian. It's actually him. Could it be that he's here on behalf of the Ice Elder? That must be the case. Otherwise, with his status, how would he dare to stop Kong'an? When the crowd discovered this martialist's identity, they began to discuss spiritedly. If he was just a guardian, the majority of the students wouldn't even bother with him. But he was the Ice Elder's guardian. That made a huge difference. This battle was between Fang Chen and He Wu. "Since the battle has ended, we should disperse," continued the martialist. "This is the Ice Elder's intention?" Kong'an's pitch-black eyes twinkled as he asked. The martialist nodded. Kong'an took a deep breath and looked at Fang Chen. "Since the Ice Elder has sent someone here, I'll let you off today. But I'll definitely teach you a lesson in the future." After saying that, Kong'an left. The Ice Elder's status in the Five Elements Academy was very high. Even his master, the glorious Light Martial Grandmaster, was extremely wary of the Ice Elder, let alone him. The Ice Elder's intentions were not to be disagreed with. Since the Ice Elder had sent a martialist, Kong'an knew that he couldn't do anything to Fang Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Kong'an left after saying that. Fang Chen nodded gratefully at the martialist. The martialist also nodded in acknowledgement before turning around to report. The way the cultivators in the drill ground looked at Fang Chen changed greatly. It seemed that the rumors were true. The Ice Elder really wanted to take this kid in as a disciple. Otherwise, the Ice Elder wouldn't have sent a martialist to protect this kid. At that moment, Lin Yang'er, who was dressed in a fiery red dress, walked lightly onto the martial arts stage. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she stared at Fang Chen. She smiled and said, "Let's get to know each other." "I'm Lin Yang'er." "Fang Chen," replied Fang Chen. Lin Yang'er's body had a unique temperament, causing Fang Chen to be stunned for a moment when he saw her. However, he quickly regained his senses. Lin Yang'er felt that Fang Chen was a mysterious person. Hence, she took the initiative to befriend Fang Chen. "If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me." After Lin Yang'er finished speaking, she turned around and left. As a genius of the Five Elements Academy, she naturally wouldn't waste her time. After Lin Yang'er left, the martialists in the martial arts stage also slowly dispersed. When Fang Chen walked down from the martial arts stage, Xiao Fang and the rest rushed to Fang Chen's side excitedly. "You're good. You even defeated He Wu. Now, you're famous in the Five Elements Academy." Xiao Fang grinned. "I'm really envious of Brother Fang," said he Jingwei. "Fang Chen." At that moment, a voice sounded. When Fang Chen heard it, he raised his head and looked over. Shenyuan Feng. When Fang Chen saw Shenyuan Feng and Shenyuan Qin, he was also a little surprised. Shenyuan Feng and Shenyuan Qin walked in front of Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, I didn't expect to meet you here after the Four Great Ridges," Shenyuan Feng said with emotion. "Fang Chen, you're really good. Not only did you join the Five Elements Academy with your own strength, but you also defeated He Wu," Shenyuan Qin said with a smile. "Why are you two here?" Fang Chen was also very happy to meet old friends in a strange place like the Five Elements Academy. "It's a long story," said Shenyuan Feng. "Let's go back and talk." Fang Chen waved his hand and left the martial arts stage with Shen Yuanfeng and his sister, as well as Xiao Fang and the rest, and returned to the sword-hidden peak. The martialist guarding the peak of the Ice Elder had returned. Fang Chen won, asked the Ice Elder. Ice Elder, this boy is not simple. He won cleanly. Hei Wu did not have any power to resist, said the martialist guarding the peak. The Ice Elder nodded. Hei Wu could not be compared to a matrix master who could arrange a chain formation. Ice Elder, do you know what formation this boy used to win? Asked the martialist guarding the peak. What formation? Asked the Ice Elder. The Void Plundering formation. A tinge of surprise flashed across the Ice Elder's eyes when he heard this. He sighed and said, "It seems that this person's talent in formations is even greater than I had imagined." On another mountain peak, Lin Yanga returned. She rushed to the peak and looked up. She saw Sister Yu sitting cross-legged on a bluestone on the peak, cultivating. Sister Yu. Lin Yanga came in front of Sister Yu. "You're back," said Sister Yu with a smile. "Sister Yu, today's trip was not in vain," said Lin Yanga. "Oh," Sister Yu was a little surprised and asked. "Sister Yu, you don't know that the newcomer has a high level of formations." Hei Wu was not his opponent at all. Even the Ice Elder sent someone to deal with him. He was afraid that Hei Wu and others would be angry, said Lin Yanga. Sister Yu nodded when she heard this. "That's not all. The boy has a special kind of flame. Even I feel a little scared." When Lin Yanga mentioned the black flame, her face was very dignified. Yes. Lin Yanga was best at fire. The flame that even Lin Yanga felt scared appeared in the hands of a newcomer. In short, this newcomer is very mysterious. "I can't see through him," said Lin Yanga. After Sister Yu heard this, she was quite surprised by the newcomer. But she was just surprised. Then, Sister Yu began to cultivate. So boring. Seeing that Sister Yu was not interested, Lin Yanga pouted and whispered. The Five Elements peak was shrouded in darkness, and a crescent moon hung in the sky. The sword-hidden peak was brightly lit. Fang Chen, Shen Yuanfeng and his sister, Xiao Fang, and others sat cross-legged and chatted with each other. After listening to Shen Yuanfeng and his sister's story about Fang Chen in the Four Great Mountains, Xiao Fang and others could not help but sigh. "Brother Fang, you are really amazing. From the remote Four Great Mountains, you came to the Five Elements Academy with your own efforts." Xiao Fang gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Although he was stronger than Fang Chen now, he knew that Fang Chen's potential was stronger than everyone present. "Yes, Brother Fang, I used to only admire Xiao Fang. Now you are one more person," said he Jingwei. Qing Jingtong and Sun Chiwen also admired Fang Chen. It was really not easy for a weak warrior to come step by step from a small place to where he was now. Chapter 691. One of the four joys of life was meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Moreover, they met in the Five Elements Academy, the supreme overlord force in the Five Element state. This made Shen Yuanfeng and Shen Yuanqin very happy. Back in the Four Great Ridges, Shen Yuanfeng knew that Fang Chen's future achievements would be very high. Although Shen Yuanfeng was known as the top expert of the younger generation in the Four Great Ridges, he knew that Fang Chen was already threatening his position as the #1 genius in the Four Great Ridges. In the end, before leaving the Four Great Ridges, Shen Yuanfeng fought with Fang Chen once. Although there was no clear winner, Shen Yuanfeng believed that he had lost. This was because his cultivation was much stronger than Fang Chen's. Under such circumstances, it was only a draw. From another perspective, he had indeed lost. After coming to the Five Element state, Shen Yuanfeng and his sister did not experience any setbacks. They contacted their grandfather and were brought to the Five Elements Academy by their grandfather. After that, they had been cultivating in the Five Elements Academy. With the help of their grandfather, Shen Yuanfeng successfully stepped into the Spirit Vortex realm. Only a short period of time had passed and Fang Chen had entered the Five Elements Academy with his own efforts. This made Shen Yuanfeng even more shocked. From this moment onwards, Fang Chen had become Shen Yuanfeng's goal. 6th on the Hidden Dragon list. This was the result that Fang Chen had shown before entering the Five Elements Academy. The entire Five Elements state was spreading his name. Xiao Fang and the others knew that Fang Chen's strength was stronger than Fang Chen's. However, Fang Chen's potential was too terrifying. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. Brother Fang, after joining the Five Elements Academy, I increasingly feel that I will be surpassed by you. Xiao Fang grinned. He Jingwei, Qing Jingtong, and Sun Chiwen also grinned. They only suppressed Fang Chen in terms of cultivation, but their potential was incomparable to Fang Chen's. When they were in the Five Elements Academy, they were famous genius martial artists in the Five Elements Prefecture. However, after entering the Five Elements Academy, they were just ordinary students. However, Fang Chen was different. Even before he entered the Five Elements Academy, the Ice Elder wanted to take him in as a disciple. If he had agreed, his status would have been very high. Even He Wu would not dare to challenge him. The Ice Elder was not the only one. Even the glorious Grandmaster wanted to take Fang Chen as his disciple. Not long after entering the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen had already caused such a huge commotion. The entire Five Elements Academy's last 5 classes were talking about Fang Chen's name. Of course, some experts definitely believed that strength was the foundation. So what if the Formation Grandmaster was in front of them? He would still be beaten up. However, there were also some ancient martial art practitioners who believed that Fang Chen's potential was heaven-defying and that he was a rising star. In short, many people were paying attention to Fang Chen. On the sword-hidden peak, a group of people were talking and laughing with each other. Throughout the night, Fang Chen also learned about Shenyuan Feng and Shenyuan Qin. Their grandfather was in the Five Elements Academy. Fang Chen did not expect that. The next day, the sky was still a little dark, but there was a trace of white on the horizon. At this time, the sky gradually brightened. Shenyuan Feng and his sister had already returned to the sky-leaving peak. As for Xiao Fang and the others, they had also returned early. Fang Chen woke up from his sleep. There was a smile on his face. It was another beautiful day. On this day, Fang Chen continued to go to class. When he arrived at the class, he found that many people were looking at him with strange eyes. This was especially true for Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong. Both of their eyes were filled with complex emotions. Beside Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong stood Luo Zhongtian. When Luo Zhongtian saw Fang Chen, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. When he was in the bloody battle space, he wanted to kill Fang Chen, but he never had a chance. After coming to the Five Elements Academy, Luo Zhongtian still remembered that matter, so he found a backer. Seeing Luo Zhongtian, Xu Yang, and Zhong Qiong standing together, Fang Chen shook his head slightly and returned to his seat. At this time, Wei Guang arrived. When Wei Guang arrived, the martial artists in Class 10 all stood up to welcome him. Wei Guang was the boss of Class 10 and the strongest martial artist. No one dared to challenge Wei Guang. After Wei Guang arrived at the class, he walked straight to Fang Chen. "Kid, I heard that you are quite talented in the art of formations." Wei Guang stared at Fang Chen, his eyes flashing as he asked in a low voice. Fang Chen didn't understand what Wei Guang meant, so he didn't answer. At this time, Wei Guang continued to speak. "Kid, being talented in formations doesn't mean that you are strong. You have to be realistic. I am the boss of Class 10. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you defeated He Wu." When Fang Chen heard this, he understood that Wei Guang was here to intimidate him. When Fang Chen heard this, he sneered and was about to speak. Suddenly, a voice spread throughout the entire class. "Fang Chen." Hearing this voice, even Wei Guang turned his head to look. The person who came was Mo Xin. When he saw Mo Xin, Wei Guang frowned. Mo Xin came to Fang Chen's side and said coldly, "Wei Guang, you are a student at the 5th level of the spiritual vortex realm. How dare you bully a student at the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm?" When Mo Xin arrived at the class, he happened to hear Wei Guang scolding Fang Chen. "Mo Xin, he is a student of Class 10. Is it wrong for me to teach him a lesson?" Wei Guang said in a low voice. They were both students at the 5th level of the spiritual vortex realm, but Mo Xin's combat power was much stronger than his. Therefore, when Wei Guang spoke to Mo Xin, he felt that he was lacking. "He is my friend. You better not bully him. Mo Xin's expression changed slightly as he said in a low voice. When Wei Guang heard this, a trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. He then glared at Fang Chen and turned to leave. Brother Mo Xin. Fang Chen greeted Mo Xin. Fang Chen, you're good. You just arrived at the Five Elements Academy and you've already caused such a big commotion. Mo Xin grinned. When Fang Chen heard this, he chuckled. Fang Chen, I called you here today to tell you something. Mo Xin said. What is it? Fang Chen asked. The Five Elements Academy has a combat power assessment every month. If your combat power is not up to standard, you will be expelled. Of course, under normal circumstances, almost every student of the Five Elements Academy can pass. This is actually just a formality. Mo Xin smiled. Combat power assessment. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The Five Elements Academy has a combat power tower. You can go take a look when you have time. Mo Xin said. After exchanging a few words with Fang Chen, Mo Xin left because he had something to do. After Mo Xin left, Wei Guang glared at Fang Chen with a face full of resentment. However, he was directly ignored by the latter. Today's class was still taught by Teacher Jin. He also heard some news today. It was all news about Fang Chen. This news was like a slap to his face, making him feel like his face was burning. Isn't he just a genius in arrays? His combat power is trash. Teacher Jin said to himself. He had never liked Fang Chen. Although he knew that Fang Chen was a genius in arrays, he was even angrier when he found out that Fang Chen had rejected Grandmaster Rongguang and the Ice Elder's invitation to take him in as a disciple. He believed that Fang Chen looked down on the teachers of the Five Elements Academy. In this class, Teacher Jin explained the method of condensing spirit spirals for spiritual whirlpool realm warriors. The reason why spiritual whirlpool realm warriors are fundamentally different from condensing reality realm warriors is because they have spirit spirals. Teacher Jin stood in the front row and spoke with assurance. Spirit spirals are the symbol of a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior. In the five-element state, a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior may be considered a very strong warrior. However, in our Five Elements Academy, a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior is only the most basic combat power. Condensing spirit spirals is the most troublesome thing for a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior. In fact, as long as you master a few tricks, condensing spirit spirals is not as difficult as you think. Teacher Jin quickly explained about the spiritual spirals, which lasted for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, Teacher Jin finally stopped. His gaze landed on Fang Chen. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. He then said, Fang Chen, tell us what we need to pay attention to when condensing spirit spirals. Hearing Teacher Jin's words, Xiao Fang and the others' expressions changed slightly. They looked at Fang Chen worriedly. Teacher Jin had always been against Fang Chen. Would he also be against Fang Chen this time? Hearing this, Fang Chen slowly stood up and said, Actually, when condensing spirit spirals, you only need to pay attention to 2 points. What 2 points? Teacher Jin asked. First, when condensing spirit spirals, the spirit qi in your sea of qi must be abundant. Second, when condensing spirit spirals, your Dharma power must try to communicate with your spirit spirals. This way, the difficulty of condensing spirit spirals will be greatly reduced, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Teacher Jin frowned slightly. This brat must be doing this on purpose. When he was explaining, he had specifically emphasized that condensing spirit spirals had nothing to do with Dharma power. Now, when he asked Fang Chen to talk about the things to pay attention to when condensing spirit spirals, he actually said that his Dharma power should try to communicate with his spirit spirals. Wasn't this going against him? Brat, don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Are you deaf? Teacher Jin just said that when condensing spirit spirals, one must be fully focused. Now you say that your Dharma power should communicate with your spirit spirals. Trash. You are simply the scum of the Five Elements Academy. How could such a warrior enter the Five Elements Academy? Brat, hurry up and apologize to Teacher Jin. A few of Wei Guang's subordinates loudly berated him. They wanted to protect Teacher Jin's reputation and make Fang Chen apologize. However, Fang Chen looked straight at Teacher Jin. He had no intention of apologizing. Fang Chen, according to what you said, your spirit spirals should be easy to condense. Why are you only at the second level of the spirit spiral realm? Teacher Jin said with a cold expression. Condensing spirit spirals and letting Dharma power communicate with them was something recorded in the history books. Even Teacher Jin did not think that this was necessary. As time passed, Fang Chen had long been lost in the ancient sword continent. Now, Fang Chen had actually pointed out these things to pay attention to refute Teacher Jin. This made Teacher Jin very unhappy. Yes, it is indeed easy to condense spirit spirals. Fang Chen grinned. You don't even know how to brag. A few students were berating Fang Chen. Some of them even had the urge to attack him. However, at this moment, a majestic aura suddenly emitted from Fang Chen's body. Immediately after, everyone realized that the surrounding spirit qi was instantly absorbed by Fang Chen. Yes. A rumbling sound was heard. Everyone was shocked to discover that Fang Chen had actually broken through. Chapter 692. Rumble. A deafening sound came from Fang Chen's body. Wei Guang and the others were all staring at Fang Chen. At this moment, the first two spiritual spirals in Fang Chen's sea of qi were spinning rapidly. The third spiritual spiral was also showing signs of condensation. Above Fang Chen's head, a huge golden sword appeared. He used his Dharma idol to communicate with his spiritual spiral. At this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body was beating rapidly. Traces of clear energy appeared and entered the condensing third spiritual spiral. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the aura around Fang Chen disappeared. The condensation of the third spiritual spiral was complete. Fang Chen's cultivation had finally broken through to the third level of the spiritual spiral realm. This, in the class, several students were shocked. Fang Chen's speed of condensing spiritual spirals was too fast. They did not even have the time to be shocked before Fang Chen completed his breakthrough. Teacher Jin, am I right? Although Fang Chen had restrained his aura, Teacher Jin could still feel that Fang Chen's body was filled with powerful energy. He had really broken through to the third level of the spiritual spiral realm. Teacher Jin's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He glanced at Fang Chen and said, "Class dismissed." With that, Teacher Jin turned and left. After Teacher Jin left, Wei Guang walked in front of Fang Chen. "Kid, you're quite capable," Wei Guang said coldly. Previously, he wanted to intimidate Fang Chen, but was stopped by Mo Xin. "Does it have anything to do with you?" Fang Chen asked. "I really want to slap you to death, but you're not qualified for me to attack you now." Wei Guang sneered. In his opinion, attacking Fang Chen would dirty his hands. Wei Guang turned to look in the direction of Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong. Finally, his gaze fell on Luo Zhongtian. "Luo Zhongtian, I'll leave him to you. If you can't even defeat him, then there's no need for you to join my camp." Wei Guang finished speaking and turned to leave. When Luo Zhongtian heard this, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Soon after, he looked towards Fang Chen and said in a hoarse voice, "Fang Chen, I have said that after joining the Five Elements Academy, there will be a battle between us." "You are no match for me," Fang Chen said. If it was before, he would have a 50% chance of winning against Luo Zhongtian. But now, Luo Zhongtian was no match for him. Now that he had broken through to the third level of the spiritual vortex realm, his combat power could crush a martial artist in the middle stage of the fourth level of the spiritual vortex realm. He could even challenge a martial artist in the later stage of the fourth level of the spiritual vortex realm. He did not care about Luo Zhongtian. "Fang Chen, you are too arrogant," Luo Zhongtian said coldly. Fang Chen ignored Luo Zhongtian and turned to leave. "Fang Chen, you are a coward." Luo Zhongtian looked at Fang Chen's departing figure and roared loudly. Hearing the word coward, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and a murderous glint flashed across his eyes. He immediately turned around and looked at Luo Zhongtian. He said coldly, "Do you really want to fight with me?" "I must fight," Luo Zhongtian said. Luo Zhongtian said. Regardless of whether it was for Hong Wu or Wei Guang, he wanted to fight with Fang Chen. Moreover, He wanted to humiliate Fang Chen as much as possible. Alright, then let's fight. This was a class, so there was naturally no way to fight. Fang Chen walked out of the class and came to the square of the 10th zone. Here, he could fight as he pleased. Luo Zhongtian also followed him out. Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong stood at the side and supported Luo Zhongtian. Luo Zhongtian, teach him a lesson. Xu Yang said in a deep voice. Luo Zhongtian, cut off one of his arms. Zhong Qiong said. Fang Chen stood in the square. Luo Zhongtian stepped into the battlefield, and a boundless aura surged out of him. In the blood battle space, you bullied my fiancé. You dare touch my woman? You really are courting death. Luo Zhongtian recovered his domineering side and icily said. Enough nonsense. Let's fight, said Fang Chen. Fine. Since you want to die, I'll help you out. Luo Zhongtian coldly roared. This battle was extremely important to him. He had to defeat Fang Chen and humiliate Fang Chen in front of so many people. Otherwise, Wei Guang wouldn't accept him. After entering the Five Elements Academy, Luo Zhongtian had realized that just relying on his own strength wasn't enough. He needed a backer. So he had placed his gaze on Wei Guang. Although he hadn't received Wei Guang's approval, he believed that once he defeated Fang Chen, he could join Wei Guang's faction. Rumble. A pitch-black spear appeared in Luo Zhongtian's hand. This spear contained a boundless aura. Go to hell. Luo Zhongtian roared and waved his spear. He displayed his most powerful skill and the spear pierced towards Fang Chen. Stupid. Fang Chen displayed the flowing water swordsmanship. Boundless sword essence instantly emerged. The surrounding power of heaven and earth was silently changed by the sword essence. When the sword essence surged into the hidden star sword, ripples of water filled the sky. The hidden star sword pierced towards Luo Zhongtian with a dense ripple of water. Bang! The spear and the hidden star sword collided. The sound of metal colliding exploded and sparks flew. Crash! After the two collided, the dense ripple of water rushed towards Fang Chen. Immediately after, Fang Chen activated the power of a LV3 spiritual spiral realm. In his sea of qi, 3 spiritual spirals spun rapidly. Crack! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Zhongtian's spear was sent flying by Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Luo Zhongtian's figure was also pushed back. Luo Zhongtian looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. His eyes were filled with anger. Damn it! Luo Zhongtian did not believe that Fang Chen's combat power had reached such a powerful level. Ha! Luo Zhongtian roared and waved his spear again. He launched a fierce attack towards Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen, who was at LV3 spiritual spiral realm, was too relaxed against Luo Zhongtian. There was no threat at all. Flowing water swordsmanship. Fang Chen displayed the flowing water swordsmanship again. He took advantage of Luo Zhongtian's mistake and pierced through Luo Zhongtian's arm. Luo Zhongtian let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Xu Yang and Zhong Qiong's faces turned solemn. Trash. After speaking, the two of them ignored Luo Zhongtian and left angrily. I said that you are no match for me. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and looked at Luo Zhongtian with contempt. He then turned and left. Luo Zhongtian, who had fallen to the ground, was filled with unwillingness. A martial artist who had just entered LV3 spiritual spiral realm had defeated him. He was unconvinced. Fang Chen's defeat of Luo Zhongtian shocked Xiao Fang and the rest. Fang Chen, well done, Sun Chiwen said. He also did not like Luo Zhongtian. Where are we going now? He Jingwei asked. Why don't we go to the Tower of Combat Power to take a look? Fang Chen suddenly remembered the Tower of Combat Power that Mo Xin had mentioned to him. Okay, let's go. The group of 5 left the 10th zone and headed towards the Tower of Combat Power. The Tower of Combat Power was no longer the theory peak but the actual combat peak. The reason why it was called the actual combat peak was because it was a place for students to learn from each other and practice actual combat. There were many practice arenas here for students to learn from each other. In the center of the actual combat peak stood a tall tower. This tower was the Tower of Combat Power. There were a total of 9 levels in the Tower of Combat Power. Hence, the combat power was also divided into 9 stars. Fang Chen and the rest arrived at the Tower of Combat Power. There were many martial artists here, but most of them were not very powerful. The truly powerful martial artists would not waste their time in the Tower of Combat Power. In front of the Tower of Combat Power, there was a stone tablet. This was the Combat Power Tablet. All the martial artists' results in the Tower of Combat Power would be recorded on the Combat Power Tablet. Moreover, there were only 100 names on the Combat Power Tablet. The stronger the combat power, the higher the ranking. I wonder if Hei Wu can pass the 5th level. Ever since Hei Wu was defeated by the newcomer, he was provoked and kept coming to the Tower of Combat Power. It seems like Hei Wu is coming out. Standing in front of the Tower of Combat Power, Fang Chen could clearly hear the crowd discussing Hei Wu. At this moment, a figure shot out from the Tower of Combat Power. Fang Chen looked over. This person was Hei Wu, who he had defeated. When Hei Wu came out, his name did not change on the Battle Power Tablet. Everyone knew that Hei Wu did not pass the 5th level. Hei Wu looked at the Battle Power Tablet and shook his head helplessly. On the Battle Power Tablet, Hei Wu's name was ranked 71st. His combat power had reached the level of 5 stars. When Hei Wu was about to leave, he suddenly saw Fang Chen in the crowd. He immediately sneered and said, "Kid, with your strength, you dare to challenge the Tower of Combat Power?" Hei Wu was still brooding over the fact that he was defeated by Fang Chen. He wanted to fight against Fang Chen, but he would be called a bully. Therefore, he had been enduring it. At this moment, before Fang Chen smashed the Tower of Combat Power, Hei Wu wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate Fang Chen. The Tower of Combat Power has nothing to do with cultivation, Fang Chen said. In front of the Tower of Combat Power, the crowd finally noticed Fang Chen. They opened their eyes wide and looked at Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, I will try first," Sun Chiwen said and went straight into the Tower of Combat Powers. After a while, the Tower of Combat Power flickered and Sun Chiwen came out from the Tower of Combat Power. He was in a mess and his face was solemn. There were no changes on the Battle Power Tablet. Even Sun Chiwen's name did not appear. This made Sun Chiwen feel very awkward. There were only 100 students in the 5 Elements Academy. He could not even enter the top 100. Sun Chiwen's combat power was ranked at the peak of 3 stars. "Let me go," Qing Jingtong said when he saw the situation. Hei Wu was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he was looking at these people who were embarrassing themselves. His face was filled with a mocking smile. Qing Jingtong stayed in the Tower of Combat Power for quite some time. After a while, Qing Jingtong came out. When Qing Jingtong came out, the Battle Power Tablet emitted a dazzling light. Qing Jingtong's name appeared on the Battle Power Tablet. Combat Power Rating, late 4-star, 98th on the Battle Power Tablet. Next was He Jingwei and Xiao Fang. Both of them entered the Tower of Combat Power one after another. Finally, the Battle Power Tablet flickered and both of their names appeared on the Battle Power Tablet. He Jingwei's combat power rating was also at the late 4-star, 96th on the Battle Power Tablet. Xiao Fang's combat power rating was at the peak of 4-star, 88th on the Battle Power Tablet. After seeing Xiao Fang's ranking, many disciples were shocked. Chapter 693. It was Xiao Fang's first attempt at the Tower of Combat Power and he was able to achieve such a result. This made many students feel ashamed. The 5 Elements Academy had a total of over 100 students. Some of the older students could not even make it onto the Battle Power Tablet. However, Xiao Fang not only made it onto the Battle Power Tablet, but he was also ranked 88th. This was definitely an honor for a newcomer. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they looked at Fang Chen. They wondered if the man who defeated Hei Wu would be able to make it onto the Battle Power Tablet. "Kid, I advise you not to attempt it. You will embarrass yourself if you fail to make it onto the Battle Power Tablet," Hei Wu said disdainfully with a mocking smile on his face. In his opinion, Fang Chen was only talented in formations. As for combat power, he was definitely lacking. Fang Chen glanced at Hei Wu and walked into the Tower of Combat Power. The Tower of Combat Power had a total of 9 levels. The moment Fang Chen stepped into the Tower of Combat Power, he appeared on the first level. The first 3 floors, to the students of the 5 Elements Academy, did not pose any threat at all. The 9th level of the Tower of Combat Power corresponded to the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. On the first level, Fang Chen encountered some demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were all at the first level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. He easily stepped into the second level and then the third level. After a while, Fang Chen stepped into the 4th level. When he reached the 4th level, Fang Chen finally felt the pressure. On the 4th level, more than 10 demonic beasts appeared. These demonic beasts were all at the 4th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Fang Chen's current cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. It would be difficult for him to fight against a 4th level spiritual whirlpool realm demonic beast. Roar! These demonic beasts roared at the sky and immediately attacked Fang Chen fiercely. Swoosh! Fang Chen used the flowing water swordplay. Suddenly, a wild ripple of water floated in the sky. Under Fang Chen's control, it suddenly attacked the demonic beast at the front. Poochie! The demon beast at the front was caught off guard and was pierced through by Fang Chen's sword, dying instantly. When the other demonic beasts saw this, they raised their heads and roared. With a majestic aura, they began to fight with Fang Chen. Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, the battle had reached its climax. Although Fang Chen was able to seize the opportunity to kill a few demonic beasts, there were too many demonic beasts. As time passed, Fang Chen was unable to cope with them. I wonder if we can use array formations. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He was ready to try and see if he could use the array formation. Kuala Fang Chen did as he was told. With a flick of his wrist, he set up the Void Plundering Array. The Void Plundering formation appeared and encapsulated the beasts within it. Fang Chen noticed that the demonic beasts were frantically attacking the Void Plundering Array. The array was also on the verge of breaking. It's useful. Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. His figure flashed and he entered the array formation. He executed the flowing water sword technique to kill the demonic beasts. Every time the array formation was about to break, Fang Chen would set up another array formation. He was able to set up a chain of arrays, so the demonic beasts were unable to break through his control of the array formation. In this way, after about 15 minutes, Fang Chen had killed all the demonic beasts. When all the demonic beasts were killed, the entire 4th floor began to tremble. Then, a majestic aura instantly filled the air. Fang Chen's face turned solemn. He looked around and found that the aura was too strong. It was actually suppressing him. The entire ground was shaking. Fang Chen's body was also shaking. He activated the sword body and vigilantly guarded against everything around him. Roar! Just as Fang Chen was carefully inspecting the 4th floor, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Fang Chen was instantly shocked. This demonic beast exuded a terrifying aura that made his heart palpitate. This is a demonic beast at the peak of LV4 spiritual whirlpool realm. Ancestor bronze reminded from within the python sword. Peak of LV4 spiritual whirlpool realm. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he continuously retreated. With his current strength, he could easily crush a mid-LV4 spiritual whirlpool realm martial artist. However, it would be difficult to deal with a late LV4 spiritual whirlpool realm martial artist, let alone a demonic beast at the peak of LV4 spiritual whirlpool realm. The demonic beast roared at the sky and directly launched a fierce attack at Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen quickly set up the Void Plundering Array. Crack! The Void Plundering Array was instantly shattered. Fang Chen did not even have time to set up a second array before he was hit by the demonic beast. With a bang, Fang Chen's body was sent flying. He felt his qi and blood churning. It was very uncomfortable. Retreat! Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, in a flash, he left the 4th level and went to the 3rd level. At this moment, all the martial artists outside were waiting for Fang Chen to come out. Hei Wu's face was filled with sarcasm as he said coldly, "He hasn't come out for such a long time. Could he have been killed by the demonic beast?" Everyone could hear the disdain in He Wu's words. However, no one dared to refute him. None of the people present had combat power comparable to He Wu. He was ranked 71st on the battle power tablet, and it was not an exaggeration. Xiao Fang and the rest looked at the battle power tower with worry. Just as He Wu finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared from the battle power tower. Then, everyone's gaze turned towards the battle power tablet. At this moment, the battle power tablet shone brightly. The dazzling light instantly filled the entire battle power tablet. After this scene lasted for a while, when the dazzling light completely dissipated, there was a slight change on the battle power tablet. The eyes of all the martial artists were filled with shock. How is this possible? Even He Wu cried out involuntarily. He could not believe that Fang Chen actually made it onto the battle power tablet, and was ranked 93rd. On the battle power tablet, Fang Chen's name was at the 93rd position. Everyone saw that behind Fang Chen's name, there was a combat power evaluation. Fang Chen's combat power evaluation was at the later stage of 4-star. This meant that Fang Chen's combat power was comparable to a later stage 4-star. The battle power tablet was not related to cultivation base, but to combat power. Therefore, there were many people whose cultivation base did not match their combat power. However, Fang Chen, a martial artist at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm, was able to rank 93rd on his first attempt at the battle power tower. This was too shocking. A newcomer can achieve such a result on his first attempt at the battle power tower. Don't forget, he is only a martial artist at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm. This kind of talent is too scary. Who said that he is only talented in arrays? I think his martial arts talent is not any worse than his array talent. Yes, 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm, and his combat power is at the later stage of 4-star. This kind of combat power is too amazing. At this moment, in front of the battle power tower, most of the martial artists were amazed by Fang Chen's potential. Only He Wu's face was burning, as if he was slapped by someone. "Mph, isn't he just a later stage 4-star? He Wu said in a deep voice. Hearing He Wu's words, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He looked at He Wu and said, "Everyone here started from the weakest and grew step by step to where they are now, including you, He Wu. I entered the 5 Elements Academy much later than all of you, and my starting point was not as good as yours. If I have enough time, I will definitely surpass you," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. For Fang Chen, as long as he had enough time, surpassing He Wu would not be a problem. "Mph, with your strength, you want to surpass me?" He Wu sneered. "Even if I give you a year, you will not be able to surpass me." Hearing this, Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "One day, you will know." After saying this, Fang Chen turned and left. Xiao Fang and the others followed closely behind. Although Fang Chen and the others made it to the battle power tablet and caused a small commotion, it was nothing to the geniuses of the top 5 classes. In the following days, Fang Chen and the others' lives returned to normal. Every day, other than going to class, they would cultivate. Fang Chen also used this time to cultivate the flowing water swordsmanship completely. As Fang Chen's cultivation increased, the flowing water swordsmanship seemed to be unable to satisfy Fang Chen's needs. Fang Chen wanted to find another cultivation technique. At this time, his gaze landed on the cultivation technique hall. In the 5 Elements Academy, there was a huge cultivation technique hall. The mountain where the cultivation technique hall was located was called the Cultivation Technique Peak. On this day, Fang Chen came to the Cultivation Technique Peak alone, and then appeared at the entrance of the Cultivation Technique Hall. "Senior, I want to enter the Cultivation Technique Hall to find a suitable cultivation technique for myself," Fang Chen said to the Guardian Elder at the entrance. The Guardian Elder's hair was disheveled, and he looked like a beggar. He lazily opened his eyes and said, "Go in, the price is already marked. After you choose, come out and pay the spirit stones." Fang Chen nodded and entered the Cultivation Technique Hall. The 5 Elements Academy's Cultivation Technique Hall had a large number of powerful cultivation techniques. Fang Chen simply scanned them, and found that the lowest level cultivation technique was a level 5 cultivation technique. However, The students who were able to enter the 5 Elements Academy would normally not choose a level 5 cultivation technique. Most martial artists would choose a level 6 cultivation technique, and some would even choose a level 7 cultivation technique. Within the cultivation technique hall, there were a total of 36 level 6 cultivation techniques, and 3 level 7 cultivation techniques. From this point, one could see how precious a level 7 cultivation technique was. 10 level 6 cultivation techniques were no match for a level 7 cultivation technique. Fang Chen walked to the level 7 cultivation technique and took a look. The price of each of the 3 level 7 cultivation techniques was over 100 million spirit stones, which shocked Fang Chen. As expected of a level 7 cultivation technique, Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. Within the 5 Elements Academy, there were probably only a few students who could afford a level 7 cultivation technique. Level 7 cultivation techniques were too precious, and even the 5 Elements Academy only had 3 of them. Hence, the price was very high. If it was in the outside world, it would be priceless. Fang Chen's gaze shifted from the level 7 cultivation technique to the level 6 cultivation technique. The price of a level 6 cultivation technique was much cheaper. Most of the level 6 cultivation techniques were between 10 to 30 million spirit stones. Choosing the one that suits me the most is the best. Fang Chen thought to himself. Although a level 7 cultivation technique was very powerful, if it was not suitable for him, he would rather choose a level 6 cultivation technique. Chapter 694. Since he was going to choose a cultivation technique, Fang Chen's focus was naturally on the 3 level 7 cultivation techniques. First, Fang Chen looked at the first level 7 cultivation technique. It was called the Mysterious Yin Illusion Technique. Mysterious Yin Illusion Technique, mainly an illusion technique. When cultivated to a certain level, the martial artist's entire body will be filled with an illusory aura. With a casual glance, the martial artist will fall into an illusion. Moreover, when the Mysterious Yin Illusion Technique is cultivated to perfection, the martial artist will be able to fight across realms. Even a high-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist will fall into the trap if they are caught off guard. After reading the introduction of the Mysterious Yin Illusion Technique, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The Mysterious Yin Illusion Technique was really overbearing. In Fang Chen's impression, the Mysterious Yin Illusion Technique was the most overbearing illusion technique he had ever seen. However, the cultivation standard of the Black Yin Illusion Incantation was a little high. One had to be an illusion cultivator. Moreover, one had to cultivate the illusion concept to a certain level. Just this point alone was enough to shut Fang Chen out. Fang Chen licked his dry lips. The illusion concept was very difficult to comprehend. Even in the entire 5 Elements Academy, there were not many who could comprehend the illusion concept. The illusion concept was too overbearing. If one could comprehend the illusion concept, they would be able to make their opponent fall into an illusion in minutes. The more powerful it was, the more difficult it was to cultivate. The requirement to cultivate the Mysterious Yin Illusion Technique was to comprehend the illusion concept. After reading this, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Although he was an illusory sword principle cultivator, there was still a huge gap between him and an illusion cultivator. In front of the illusion concept, his illusory sword principle was not worth mentioning. After giving up on the Mysterious Yin Illusion Technique, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the second level 7 cultivation technique. This level 7 cultivation technique was called the Lone Star Finger. Lone Star Finger, an extremely powerful finger technique. When this finger technique is cultivated to a certain level, one point of the finger will be able to move mountains and rivers. Its power is very overbearing. After reading the introduction of the Lone Star Finger, Fang Chen was a little tempted. However, in the end, he still shifted his gaze away from the Lone Star Finger. After all, he majored in the way of the sword, so sword techniques were the most suitable for him. If he really couldn't find a suitable technique, it wouldn't be too late to choose the Lone Star Finger. The Lone Star Finger is purely based on strength, while the Black Yin Illusion formula is based on illusion techniques. Both of them have their own unique characteristics. However, the requirement to practice the Lone Star Finger is not high. As long as you have enough spirit stones, You can exchange them for the secret cultivation method of the Lone Star Finger, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, Fang Chen's gaze shifted to the last cultivation technique. This was a rank 7 cultivation method. The book was yellowed, and it looked like it had been here for a long time. There wasn't even a single word on the book. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He immediately flipped open the yellowed book. There were some introductions in the book. This is a broken cultivation technique. Fang Chen was inwardly shocked. A broken cultivation technique could actually be called a 7th rank cultivation technique. Just how strong would a complete cultivation technique be? Fang Chen was quite shocked. He quickly flipped through the rank 7 cultivation method. After a while, Fang Chen understood. This rank 7 cultivation method didn't have a price tag. Instead, it was introduced in the book that only fated people could practice it. Otherwise, it was impossible to practice this cultivation method. This made Fang Chen even more curious. However, he didn't seem to be fated with this broken cultivation method. From beginning to end, this broken cultivation method didn't resonate with him. After studying it for a while, Fang Chen could only give up. None of the 3 rank 7 cultivation methods were suitable for him. He could only choose from the rank 6 cultivation methods. There were a total of 36 rank 6 cultivation methods. Fang Chen's soul swept through them and instantly selected some suitable cultivation methods. There were a total of 5 rank 6 cultivation methods that were suitable for him to practice. Among them, there were water-type cultivation methods, fire-type cultivation methods, ice-type cultivation methods, a physical body cultivation method, and the last cultivation method was a sword technique. These 5 cultivation methods were the most suitable for Fang Chen. I'll choose from these 5 cultivation methods, Fang Chen said to himself. His eyes moved back and forth between the 5 cultivation methods. After 3 minutes, Fang Chen still chose the sword cultivation method. This sword cultivation method was called the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method. The Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method. Only warriors who possess the concept of fire can practice this sword cultivation method. Moreover, it has a high requirement for the sword cultivation method. If the sword cultivation method isn't up to standard, it's impossible to practice this sword cultivation method. I'll choose him, Fang Chen said to himself. He looked at the price. The Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method wasn't too expensive. It was only 20 million supreme grade spirit stones. Fang Chen took the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method and left the Cultivation Method Hall. Outside the Cultivation Method Hall, a beggar-like old man was lying at the door, resting. When Fang Chen came out, he didn't even open his eyes. He directly asked, "What cultivation method did you choose?" "The Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method," Fang Chen whispered. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the old man lazily opened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen in surprise. Then he said, "You are a sword cultivator." Fang Chen nodded. Seeing this, the old man said, "That's right. A warrior should choose the cultivation method that suits him best." After that, the old man took away Fang Chen's 20 million supreme grade spirit stones. Then he told Fang Chen to return the book within a month. Otherwise, he would be punished by the 5 Elements Academy. Fang Chen took the book of the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method and left the Cultivation Method Hall. Looking at Fang Chen's back, the old man's face showed a complicated expression. "Interesting kid. You actually chose the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method. Let's see how good your comprehension of the sword principle is," the old man said to himself. After Fang Chen returned to the Sword Hidden Peak, he began to study the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method. Fang Chen's essence of fire was enough to practice the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method. The Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method also had 6 levels: entry, small success, completion, perfection, nuance, and perfection. These 6 levels were similar to the flowing water swordsmanship. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chen practiced the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method in addition to attending classes every day. Because Fang Chen had a strong essence of fire, it was very easy for him to practice the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method. It only took him 1 day to reach the entry level. Then it got out of hand. In 3 days, Fang Chen practiced the fire immortal sword cultivation method to the small success realm. 7 days later, the fire immortal sword cultivation method reached the profound success realm. Half a month later, the fire immortal sword cultivation method reached the perfection realm. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Fang Chen stopped practicing. His body was surrounded by thick black flames that contained a majestic sword essence. In 1 month, Fang Chen had practiced the fire immortal sword cultivation method to the nuance realm. If the higher-ups of the 5 Elements Academy knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Fang Chen's cultivation speed was definitely the fastest in the history of the 5 Elements Academy. Of course, the reason Fang Chen could cultivate so quickly was not only because of his essence of fire, but also because of his golden heart. As Fang Chen's cultivation increased, he felt the importance of the golden heart more and more. Although the golden heart was usually very quiet, whenever Fang Chen practiced the sword technique, the golden heart would beat abnormally fast. As it beat faster, Fang Chen felt that his mind was filled with comprehension of the sword Tao. Because of this, Fang Chen's cultivation speed of the fire immortal sword cultivation method was very fast. In 1 month's time, the fire immortal sword cultivation method had reached the nuance realm. It was only 1 step away from reaching the perfection realm. This allowed Fang Chen's strength to increase again. Of course, during this month, Fang Chen's crazy practice of the fire immortal sword cultivation method had also allowed his sword essence to have a breakthrough. The sword essence of the 2nd step of the sword Tao had broken through from the 1st minor realm to the 2nd minor realm. This was also due to the beginner scroll of the sword Tao truth. After his sword essence had reached the 2nd minor realm, Fang Chen's every move was able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth around him. It should be known that even a high-level spiritual vortex realm ancient martial art practitioner would not be able to do this. Even if some could do it, they would be top geniuses. Fang Chen, who was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm, was able to do this. It was enough to see how strong his talent in the sword Tao was. Fang Chen opened his eyes and the scorching black flames around him instantly disappeared. Then, Fang Chen stood up and muttered to himself, 1 month's time is up. It's time to return the manual. When Fang Chen came to the skills library again, the old man was still lying lazily at the entrance of the skills library. Senior, I'm here to return the manual. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said to the old man. When the old man heard this, he lazily opened his eyes. When he saw that it was Fang Chen, a smile appeared on his face. He reached out his hand to take the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method manual and then asked, "How far have you cultivated the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method? Have you reached the beginner realm?" In the old man's opinion, to be able to cultivate it to the beginner realm in 1 month's time was already considered heaven-defying. He had never thought that Fang Chen was even more monstrous than he had imagined. When Fang Chen heard this, he shook his head. Seeing this, the old man's expression darkened. Fang Chen shook his head. That meant that he had not even cultivated it to the beginner realm. In 1 month's time, he had only reached the beginner realm. This kind of talent was not worthy of the old man's attention. The old man waved his hand and the Fire Immortal Sword Cultivation Method manual instantly returned to the skills library, lying quietly in its original position. At the same time, the old man closed his eyes and no longer paid attention to Fang Chen. "Senior, I'm not very talented. After using 1 month's time, I've only cultivated to the hyperfocus realm. I'm ashamed," Fang Chen said softly. The old man ignored Fang Chen and closed his eyes. However, when Fang Chen finished speaking, the old man only reacted for 3 seconds before suddenly opening his eyes. He looked at Fang Chen in shock and hastily asked, "What did you say? You've cultivated to the hyperfocus realm?" Fang Chen was also a bit surprised, but he quickly nodded. "Is that true?" A terrifying golden light shot out of the old man's eyes, causing Fang Chen's body to involuntarily tremble. "Junior wouldn't dare lie to senior," said Fang Chen. Crash! The old man's hand suddenly extended. Fang Chen knew that the old man wanted to test his flame immortal sword cultivation method. Hiss! The star-concealing sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. After that, A dense black flame surged out in all directions. Fang Chen had used the Fire Immortal Sword technique. Seeing Fang Chen perform the fire element indestructible sword technique, the old man's eyes burned and his face was filled with excitement. Chapter 695. With the old man's status, he was able to see the realm of Fang Chen's everlasting flame sword art with a single glance. When he saw the sword intent surrounding Fang Chen's body, he was incomparably excited. Crash! The old man casually waved his hand and immediately defeated Fang Chen's cultivation technique, shocking Fang Chen. Senior. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and cupped his hands towards the old man. The old man's eyes burned as he stared at Fang Chen. A rare genius in the sword Dao that only appears once in 1,000 years. The old man was very clear on just how difficult it was to cultivate the everlasting flame sword art to the subtle realm in just a month. Even the peak geniuses of the Five Elements Academy wouldn't be able to do it. Fang Chen was simply a gift from the heavens to the Five Elements Academy. Even the old man sighed in admiration at how deep his comprehension of the Sword Dao was in the Sword Dao at such a young age. After recovering from his shock, the old man carefully sized up Fang Chen. Originally, he thought that it would be good if Fang Chen could cultivate it to the minor accomplishment stage. Who would have thought that this fellow would actually give the old man such a big surprise? In a month's time, he had cultivated the fire element indestructible sword art to the minute subtlety stage. The subtle realm. If he's given a bit more time, he'll definitely be able to reach the great circle. The old man inwardly said. The old man's attitude towards Fang Chen had undergone a 180-degree change. At the moment, he was beaming at Fang Chen as though he was looking at a precious sculpture. "What is your name?" asked the old man. "Junior is Fang Chen. I'm a newcomer to the Five Elements Academy," replied Fang Chen. "A newcomer? Not bad. Ha ha ha, do you have any thoughts of becoming a disciple?" laughed the old man. If it was an old student of the Five Elements Academy, then all the good seedlings would have already been chosen. A newcomer definitely wouldn't have been discovered. He definitely wouldn't have a master. This was his chance. Fang Chen was startled. He looked at the old man and said, "I'm sorry, but I don't want to take you as my master for now." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the old man didn't get angry and directly said, "Fang Chen, if you want to be apprenticed, come find me at any time." "Oh right, everyone in the Five Elements Academy calls me Elder Han." "Elder Han, I will definitely consider it," Fang Chen said. Elder Han's face was full of smiles. Others might not know, but Elder Han knew best how strong Fang Chen's potential was. No matter what, he could not waste such a good seedling. Elder Han decided that regardless of whether Fang Chen became his disciple or not, he would teach Fang Chen wholeheartedly. "Fang Chen, if there's anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask me at any time. When your fire elemental indestructible sword art reaches the perfection stage, you can also come and find me." "Thank you, Elder Han." After Fang Chen finished speaking, he turned and left the skills hall. Looking at Fang Chen's back view, Elder Han's face was filled with excitement. Then, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared into the void. The Five Elements Academy was located on the Five Elements Peak. The Five Elements Peak was actually formed by a cluster of peaks. The tallest peak was the main peak of the Five Elements Peak. Even the elders were not qualified to come to the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, except for some elders with extremely high status. For example, Elder Bing and Elder Han. On the Five Elements Peak, there was no one except the Dean of the Five Elements Academy. This was the place where the Dean meditated and no one was allowed to disturb him. Of course, no one dared to disturb him. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared on the Five Elements Peak. At a closer look, this figure was actually Elder Han who had just talked to Fang Chen. At this moment, Elder Han's face was filled with ecstasy. He ran all the way and directly came to a palace on the main peak of the Five Elements Peak. In front of this palace, there were two guards. However, when they saw that it was Elder Han, they directly let him in. Others might not know, but as the guards of the Dean, they were very clear about Elder Han's status in the Five Elements Academy. Moreover, with their strength, they could not stop Elder Han. "Elder Han." The two guards greeted Elder Han. Elder Han was in a good mood. He stopped and smiled at the two of them. Then, he asked, "Is the dean here?" "Elder Han, come in." Before the two gatekeepers could speak, a voice filled with vicissitudes of life came from within the palace. Hearing this, Elder Han's figure flashed and entered the palace. The palace was very big, but it was very spacious. On both sides of the palace, there were 2 rows of armchairs. At the front, there was a throne. On the throne, there was a figure. His entire body was shrouded in a grey aura, causing people to be unable to see his face clearly. He was the Supreme Dean of the 5 Elements Academy. He was also one of the peak experts of the 5 Elements province. With a stomp of his foot, the entire 5 Elements province would tremble. "Elder Han, why have you come to find me in such a hurry?" asked the dean softly. Elder Han looked at the dean and cupped his hands. "Dean, I found a good seedling." "Oh." The dean was puzzled. "A good seedling. I feel that with this child's talent in the sword Dao, he might be able to enter that place," said Elder Han urgently. "Is that really the case?" Hearing Elder Han's words, the principal asked in a deep voice. "A month ago, this kid came to the skills library to purchase the indestructible fire sword art. In a month's time, he has cultivated the indestructible fire sword art to the imperceptible realm. He is only 1 step away from the transcendent realm." The dean sank into silence. After a long while, the dean said, "A genius in the sword Dao." The dean of the 5 Elements Academy was the strongest expert in the 5 Elements province. He never lightly praised others. Although he had only said 4 words, if the outside world were to know, they would definitely go crazy. The dean actually praised a newcomer as a genius in the sword Dao. This was something that hadn't happened in a long time. "What do you plan on doing?" asked the dean. "Dean, I plan on personally teaching this child. Once he cultivates the flame everlasting sword technique to the transformation realm, then he can cultivate the other sword techniques," said Elder Han. The dean nodded. "Go ahead and do it." After obtaining the dean's approval, Elder Han's face was filled with excitement. He bid farewell to the dean and left the 5 Elements Peak. After Elder Han left, the dean softly said, "I need a copy of this student's information." Just as the dean finished speaking, a voice rang out from the void. Following that, the dean closed his eyes. In just a few minutes, a set of information appeared in front of the dean. This set of information introduced Fang Chen in detail. It even introduced Fang Chen's matters in the Divine Wind Nation very clearly. The dean took the information and read it for a while. After he finished reading it, he couldn't help sighing. Such a small place was actually able to produce such a monstrous genius. Not to mention the Divine Wind Nation, even the 4 Ridges was only a small place in the dean's eyes. However, he didn't expect that such a small place would produce such a monstrous genius like Fang Chen. Although the dean didn't say anything, he had already regarded Fang Chen as a genius in the sword Dao of the 5 Elements Academy. However, after he finished reading the information, he had a new understanding of Fang Chen. At the age of 20, he is not only a genius in the sword Dao, but also a genius in the formation Dao, said the dean softly. No wonder Elder Bing and Grandmaster Rongguang want to accept him as a disciple. Fang Chen, who was in the sword hidden peak, didn't know that the dean had noticed him. It had been a while since he came to the 5 Elements Academy. During this period, Mo Xin had come to Fang Chen many times. However, because he had offended Hei Wu had been sending people to harass him. Even Wei Guang had been resentful of him. However, Fang Chen's strength was also steadily increasing. Although he wasn't a match for them yet, one day, he would defeat these martialists who had bullied him. One day, someone from the Elixir Workshop came and said that he wanted to transfer a few warriors to help with the Elixir Workshop. The 5 Elements Academy had many branches. Some were for alchemy, some were for refining weapons, and some were for making talismans. In short, there were all kinds of sub-professions. Under normal circumstances, each branch was understaffed when it was busy. Therefore, students from the last 5 classes would often be transferred to help. Why didn't they go to the first 5 classes? Because even if the students from the first 5 classes went there, they would be there to study, not to do odd jobs. The students from the last 5 classes didn't have that kind of treatment. They could only do odd jobs. They had to do all the hard work. The elder that the elixir workshop had transferred this time was a high-level spiritual whirlpool realm elder. He was in the area of the last 5 classes, waiting for the teacher to assign him. Fang Chen, I think you are the most suitable candidate for the elixir workshop to transfer warriors to help. You can go this time. You don't have to come to class during this period, Teacher Jin announced in the class. Hearing Teacher Jin's words, Wei Guang and the others' eyes were full of sarcasm. Every time the elixir workshop, the weapon workshop, and other branches came to transfer warriors to help, many warriors were unwilling. Not only was it a waste of time, but they also had to do odd jobs. All the warriors who came to the 5 Elements Academy were proud geniuses. Who would be willing to do odd jobs for others? However, when they heard that Teacher Jin wanted to send Fang Chen, Wei Guang and the others gloated. As for Xiao Fang and the others, their expressions changed slightly. This was clearly Teacher Jin targeting Fang Chen and deliberately choosing Fang Chen. However, they didn't dare to refute. Fang Chen, do you have any objections? Teacher Jin stared at Fang Chen and asked coldly. I don't have any objections, Fang Chen said. All right, then follow the elixir workshop elder and report to the elixir workshop, Teacher Jin said. Then, Teacher Jin brought Fang Chen to where the elixir workshop elder was. At this time, there were already 4 warriors beside the elixir workshop elder. Including Fang Chen, there were 5 of them. And this time, 5 martial artists were also selected for the transfer. From today onwards, the 5 of you will be helping the elixir workshop. If you can't complete the task, you can't leave the elixir workshop, the elixir workshop elder said. Yes. The 5 of them nodded. Then, the elixir workshop elder led the 5 of them to the elixir workshop. Chapter 696. The elixir workshop was one of the important branches of the 5 Elements Academy. The elixir workshop could refine countless elixirs. To a martial artist, elixirs were also one of the most important necessities. This was especially so for martial artists who went out for missions or training. They would purchase a large amount of elixirs every time they went out, just in case. The elixir workshop was located on top of Elixir Peak. Without the permission of the elixir workshop, no one could enter Elixir Peak. Elixir Peak was surrounded by a rich elixir smell, making people feel extremely comfortable. Fang Chen and the other 4 arrived at Elixir Peak under the lead of the elder of the elixir workshop. Is this Elixir Peak? Fang Chen looked around Elixir Peak and thought to himself. Fang Chen did not know much about elixirs. He was practically a newbie. After the 5 of them arrived at Elixir Peak, the elder brought them to a manor. There were 5 rooms in the manor. Outside each room, there was a number from 1 to 5. From today onwards, the 5 of you will stay in these 5 rooms. Choose your own room. After you choose, I'll bring you to the place where you do chores, the elder said in a deep voice. The 5 of them looked at each other and then chose their own rooms. Fang Chen was the last to choose, so he was only left with room 5. After choosing their rooms, Fang Chen and the other 4 followed the elder to the square of Elixir Peak. This is an important place of Elixir Peak, the elixir workshop. Without permission, you are not allowed to enter the elixir workshop. Otherwise, you will be severely punished, the elder warned. Fang Chen looked in the direction of the elder's finger. At the front of the square, there was a huge palace. This palace was the elixir workshop. From within the elixir workshop, countless elixir smells were emitted. Your daily task is to clear all kinds of materials for the Elixir Peak's elixir workshop to refine elixirs. Your daily task is to help Elixir Peak purchase the rare materials needed. The elder was assigning tasks to them. When it was Fang Chen's turn, the elder said directly, your task is to accompany and assist the elixir workshop. To put it bluntly, Fang Chen's mission was to be an alchemy apprentice. When the alchemist was refining pills, Fang Chen would help out. Although this mission seemed very tiring, it was something that many people dreamed of. Being an alchemy apprentice was secondary. The main thing was to be able to come into close contact with an alchemist. Moreover, being able to watch an alchemist refine pills was definitely a very good job. When the other 4 heard about Fang Chen's mission, Their eyes flashed with envy. After the 5 of them finished assigning their tasks, they each returned to their own rooms to rest. They would officially start helping out tomorrow. After returning to the manor, one of the tall, thin men blocked Fang Chen's path and asked, "Brother, how should I address you?" "Fang Chen," said Fang Chen. "Yes, you're Fang Chen." Hearing Fang Chen's name, the tall, thin man was clearly startled. But then a complicated smile appeared on his face. "Fang Chen?" The newcomer who defeated Hei Wu in the competition of formations, asked another. "So it's a newcomer. No wonder I didn't recognize him. Defeating Hei Wu can only mean that his talent in formations is exceptional. As for his true combat strength, I'm afraid it's not enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to the pill shop," said a slightly fat man coldly. "You're Fang Chen, right? I'm called Hua Wenshu. Give me some face and let's exchange tasks. How about it?" Hua Wenshu was an expert ranked 90 on the combat power rankings. He believed his strength was enough to crush Fang Chen, so he directly threatened him. "This is a task assigned to me by the elders. How can I exchange tasks just like that?" Fang Chen frowned slightly. "So you're saying you won't give me any face?" Hua Wenshu's voice was heavy, his eyes filled with killing intent. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and turned to enter the 5th room. Hua Wenshu's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he watched Fang Chen's back. "Brother Hua, this brat won't give you any face," whispered the slightly fat man. "Chimph, he'll regret it," Hua Wenshu icily said. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned and left. The next day, Fang Chen's group of 5 officially began to help out in the pill shop. As for the other 4, Fang Chen didn't know what was going on. But he himself was very free. That was because one of the alchemists refining pills today was an alchemy grandmaster. This alchemy grandmaster didn't like other people helping him out. Even alchemy apprentices were no exception. So Fang Chen could only stand within the alchemy room and calmly watch. Whoosh! The alchemy room was filled with dense flames. This alchemy grandmaster was rapidly refining pills. It didn't take long for him to finish refining a pill. "You, give this pill to Elder Wu," said the alchemy grandmaster as he looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded, took the pill and quickly left the alchemy room. When Fang Chen appeared on the square, Hua Wenshu and the other 3 hid in the dark and secretly followed Fang Chen. "Brother Hua, are we really going to do this? If we're discovered, we'll definitely be punished," said a martialist softly. "Brother Hua, we're fine with this. Cut the crap. Just follow me," Hua Wenshu scolded and secretly followed Fang Chen. After a while, Fang Chen arrived at a garden. There was no one in the garden. At that moment, Hua Wenshu and the other 3 appeared in front of Fang Chen and blocked Fang Chen's path. "Brat, I've said that you'll regret it." Hua Wenshu sneered and waved his hand. Immediately, the 4 of them attacked Fang Chen fiercely. Caught off guard, Fang Chen was attacked by the 4 of them and was forced to retreat. At that moment, Fang Chen recalled the pill in his hand. He was about to put the pill in his interspatial ring when he felt a cold light flash across his hand and the pill was cut in half. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face turned completely gloomy. Hua Wenshu and the other 3 had purposely shattered the pill in his hand in order to punish him. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart burned with anger. Damn it! Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and executed the indestructible fire sword technique. Wild black flames instantly filled the air. Then, streaks of flaming swordlight with majestic sword intent pierced towards the 4 of them. Bang! 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 The 4 of them used all their strength to block Fang Chen's flaming swordlight. Boom! When the 4 of them joined forces, their combat power was comparable to a level 5 spiritual vortex realm martial artist. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was already good enough that he was undefeated. There was no way he could defeat the 4 of them. In the midst of the fierce battle, the 4 of them sensed someone approaching. Hua Wenshu shouted and the 4 of them instantly disappeared. Fang Chen glanced at the pill in his hand and was about to chase after the 4 of them. However, he realized that the 4 of them had already disappeared. At that moment, an alchemy apprentice appeared in the garden. "Fang Chen, where's the pill that Elder Wu wanted?" Why isn't it here yet? The alchemy apprentice's face was filled with displeasure. Because the pill had not been delivered in time, Elder Wu was already angry and had specially asked him to look for Fang Chen. Pill. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and told him everything that had happened. What pill was destroyed? The alchemy apprentice's face darkened and he cried out involuntarily. Originally, I was going to deliver the pill to Elder Wu. However, I met Hua Wanshu and the other three on the way. They joined forces to attack me and destroyed the pill, Fang Chen explained. Go and explain to Elder Wu yourself, the alchemy apprentice said angrily. Then, the alchemy apprentice flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Fang Chen followed the alchemy apprentice and arrived at Elder Wu's place. This was the pill store. If he did not explain the matter clearly, Elder Wu would definitely blame him. Fang Chen did not want to be wronged. Hence, he came to Elder Wu's place to explain. In the hall, Elder Wu sat on the armchair with a gloomy face. After listening to Fang Chen's explanation, he said coldly, "A mere servant dared to destroy my pill. Go and call the four of them here." The alchemy apprentice turned and left. Elder Wu stared at Fang Chen and said coldly, "If you lied to me, I will use the most severe method to punish you." Fang Chen nodded. There was no trace of fear on his face. After a while, Hua Wanshu and the other three arrived. Junior Hua Wanshu greets Elder Wu. Hua Wanshu cupped his hands and greeted Elder Wu after arriving at the hall. Elder Wu was startled when he saw Hua Wanshu. Then he said, "You're Hua Wanshu?" "Yes, I am. Aren't you old Daoist Cho's disciple?" Elder Wu recognized Hua Wanshu. He had seen Hua Wanshu when he went to old Daoist Cho's mountain to play chess with him. But at that time, he did not know Hua Wanshu's name. Now, seeing Hua Wanshu, Elder Wu's face revealed a trace of a smile. Hua Wanshu was secretly delighted when he saw Elder Wu. It seemed that even the heavens were helping him. Elder Wu's position in the pill store was very high. His words were very authoritative. He said that it was the four of you who destroyed the pill, asked Elder Wu. "Elder Wu, we know the pill store's rules. How could we dare to destroy the pill? To tell you the truth, I have some enmity with Fang Chen. He wanted to frame me, so he used this method," whispered Hua Wanshu. Elder Wu frowned slightly. He looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" "Elder Wu, do you mean that I was the one who did it?" Fang Chen asked. "Do you have any proof that Hua Wanshu did it?" asked Elder Wu. Clearly, Elder Wu was siding with Hua Wanshu. Hua Wanshu was old Daoist Cho's disciple. Elder Wu's relationship with old Daoist Cho was very close, so he would naturally protect Hua Wanshu. So in Elder Wu's eyes, it was no longer important who had done this. What was important was that a cultivator had to bear the consequences. And that cultivator just happened to be Fang Chen, who had no background at all. "I have no proof," said Fang Chen. Chapter 697. Elder Wu's words were clearly biased. However, Fang Chen had no way to refute it. This was the pill store. His strength was not enough to change Elder Wu's mind. Fang Chen fell silent after hearing Elder Wu's words. There was a trace of anger in his heart, but he did not show it. "Fang Chen, are you willing?" Elder Wu's voice was filled with unquestionable authority as he asked coldly. Hua Wanshu and the others exchanged glances with one another and were secretly overjoyed. With Elder Wu's help, the four of them could become alchemy apprentices, and all the hard work would have to be done by Fang Chen alone. At the thought of this, the four of them were extremely excited. Their eyes were filled with mockery as they looked at Fang Chen. "I'm willing." Fang Chen clenched his teeth. In front of absolute strength, Fang Chen could do nothing. "All right, you can leave." Elder Wu waved his hand, indicating that Fang Chen could leave. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes glanced at Elder Wu, then swept across the four of them, and finally left. After Fang Chen left, Hua Wanshu and the others clasped their hands at Elder Wu. "Thank you, Elder Wu. All right, you can leave as well. Focus on your studies." Elder Wu had lived for so many years. How could he not know what they were thinking? He had seen the truth with a glance, but he had always been biased towards Hua Wanshu because Hua Wanshu was old Daoist Cho's disciple. Although Hua Wanshu's potential was not high, old Daoist Chiu was fond of him. Old Daoist Chiu viewed Hua Wanshu as his son. As old Daoist Chiu's good friend, how could he not help his disciple? He. Hua Wanshu and the others knew that they could not hide it from Elder Wu. Fortunately, Elder Wu had a good relationship with old Daoist Chiu, so the four of them could still become pill apprentices. Not everyone could become a pill apprentice of a pill store. The benefits of becoming a pill apprentice were too great. From the second day onwards, Fang Chen took over all the tasks for the four of them, while Hua Wanshu and the others leisurely accompanied the alchemists in the alchemy room to refine pills. Every time they met Fang Chen, they would laugh at Fang Chen for a while. However, Fang Chen ignored it. With his current strength, it was not enough to change the reality in front of him. However, he believed that one day, his strength would change everything. The temporary forbearance was so that he could take it back tenfold or even hundredfold in the future. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had been in the pill shop for half a month. During this half a month, Fang Chen did odd jobs during the day and cultivated at night. Finally, one day, after half a month, Fang Chen's fire elemental everlasting sword art reached the transformation stage. After reaching the transformation stage, the fire elemental everlasting sword art's power was even stronger. With a single slash of his sword, the sky would be filled with flames. Elder Han said that once the fire elemental everlasting sword art reaches the transformation stage, I can go find him. But right now, I'm still in the pill shop. I'll have to leave first, said Fang Chen. One day, Fang Chen was passing by the plaza with some medicinal herbs for refining pills. He was about to bring them into the alchemy room. Just at this moment, he ran into Hua Wanshu and the others. Oh my, isn't this Fang Chen? Hua Wanshu sneered disdainfully. Mph, so what if you defeated Hei Wu? Strength is the standard that determines everything. That's right. Although our talent in formations is ordinary, we can at least be pill apprentices in the pill shop. As for you, you're only fit to do odd jobs. That's what happens when you don't listen. If I had exchanged with Brother Hua back then, I wouldn't have to work so hard right now. Facing the mockery of Hua Wanshu and the others, Fang Chen completely ignored them. In the past half a month, he would meet Hua Wanshu and the others almost every day and be mocked by them. Fang Chen icily glanced at them before turning and walking back to the alchemy room. Just at this moment, Hua Wanshu spoke once more. He felt that Fang Chen's attitude was too vile and wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Stop, roared Hua Wanshu. After being a pill apprentice for half a month, Hua Wanshu even felt that he could be considered a part of the pill shop. In front of Fang Chen, he always felt superior. When Fang Chen heard that, he did not stop at all and continued walking. Kid, do you want to die? Roared Hua Wanshu icily. Hearing this, Fang Chen came to a sudden stop. His eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent as he glanced at Hua Wanshu and said in a deep tone, either one-on-one, or get the hell out of here. Hua Wanshu became even more furious when he heard Fang Chen's words. It looks like doing odd jobs in the pill shop for half a month hasn't worn down your temper, said Hua Wanshu sinisterly. Brother Hua, there's no need for you to teach him a lesson. I'll do it myself, said the slightly plump cultivator coldly. Fang Chen stood there calmly as an extremely dense aura surged out of him. He icily said, I don't fear any of you in a one-on-one fight. Fang Chen's words were filled with arrogance, but he did have the qualifications to be so. Kid, you won't say that in a bit, said the plump cultivator coldly. In the next instant, the plump cultivator's figure flashed as he erupted with an extremely wild aura. He suddenly charged towards Fang Chen and launched a fierce attack at Fang Chen. Whoosh! The plump cultivator's fist blasted out. Immediately, a scorching fistlight appeared in the void. This fistlight was covered in dense flames, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen sneered when he saw that the plump cultivator was actually using a fire-based technique to deal with him. His fist suddenly blasted out and black flames immediately spread out. The plump cultivator's fistlight actually let out a faint cry when it sensed Fang Chen's black flames. It seemed to be terrified. Annihilate. Fang Chen roared and the black flames instantly swallowed the plump cultivator's fistlight. Then, he sent the plump cultivator flying with a punch. Can't even withstand a single blow. Fang Chen sneered as he looked at the plump cultivator on the ground. You. The plump cultivator was furious. He quickly stood up and wanted to kill Fang Chen, but he was stopped by Hua Wanshu. Through the previous battle, Hua Wanshu already knew Fang Chen's strength. If they were to fight him one-on-one, the three of them simply wouldn't be able to withstand him. Fang Chen, I underestimated you. But even so what? Hua Wanshu smiled sinisterly. Today, Grandmaster Ma will be a little late. I have plenty of time to deal with you. Trash. Fang Chen uttered these two words. Hua Wanshu's face darkened when he heard that. His body exuded a dense aura. Then, all the power of his powerful physical body converged on his fist. Ha! Hua Wanshu roared and his wild physical strength instantly erupted. Carrying a majestic force, he blasted a punch at Fang Chen. Comparing physical strength. Fang Chen sneered when he saw this. Hua Wanshu actually dared to compare physical strength with him? How laughable. Suddenly, Fang Chen activated his sword body. Although his sword body was equivalent to a 7-star Dao body in the early stage of the body refinement realm, his physical strength far exceeded that of a 7-star Dao body. It was even infinitely close to an 8-star Dao body. On the other hand, Hua Wanshu's Dao body was only at the peak of the 6-star Dao body. Boom! Fang Chen threw a simple punch that directly smashed into Hua Wanshu's fist. The two fists collided with a deafening sound. Then, Hua Wanshu felt a majestic force enter his fist from Fang Chen's fist. Just as Hua Wanshu was about to increase his strength to destroy Fang Chen's attack, his body involuntarily flew back. Bang! Hua Wanshu's body kept falling back as he stomped his feet on the ground. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. After stabilizing himself, Hua Wanshu's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment as he stared at Fang Chen. Your strength, said Hua Wanshu. Comparing physical strength with me? How laughable, said Fang Chen disdainfully. In terms of physical strength, Fang Chen could easily crush Hua Wanshu. Seeing Fang Chen's arrogant face, Hua Wanshu was enraged. At this moment, a metal staff appeared in his hand. He gripped it tightly with both hands and a shocking aura instantly surged out. Brat, so what if you're strong? You'll still lose to me, said Hua Wanshu sinisterly. Sky-breaking 36 staff strikes. Hua Wanshu let out a low roar and executed the 6th grade cultivation technique, sky-breaking 36 staffs. As he brandished his iron rod, streaks of rod shadows appeared in the sky one after another. When the number of rod shadows reached 36, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated in the sky. Fuse. Under Hua Wanshu's control, the 36 staff shadows instantly fused into the metal staff. At this moment, the metal staff contained a shocking aura. Hua Wanshu's eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent. Immediately, he activated the metal staff in his hand and slashed viciously at Fang Chen. The power of the staff was so great that even a 4th-level spiritual vortex stage martialist would be seriously injured if they were hit head-on, let alone Fang Chen. In the face of Hua Wanshu's menacing attack, Fang Chen executed the fire element inextinguishable swordplay without hesitation. This was the first time Fang Chen had executed the fire element inextinguishable swordplay at the transformative stage. A monstrous scorching aura instantly spread out and enveloped the entire square. Then, Fang Chen stabbed out with the hidden star sword. At this moment, a figure slowly walked over from a short distance away. This figure was the Great Grandmaster Ma that Hua Wanshu had mentioned. Great Grandmaster Ma's status in the elixir store was even higher than Elder Wu's. He was supposed to arrive late today, but he had finished his work earlier than expected. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to come to the alchemy room earlier. He had not expected to sense the scorching aura as soon as he arrived at the square. Flaming aura. Great Grandmaster Ma frowned slightly and immediately looked at the square. At this moment, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand had collided with Hua Wanshu's metal staff. The sound of metal colliding was deafening. Stop! Great Grandmaster Ma growled when he saw the situation. These two martialists were actually fighting openly in the square of the elixir store. What a scandal. However, Great Grandmaster Ma's voice was too late. Their weapons collided violently and sparks flew everywhere. Boom! A majestic flaming aura instantly enveloped the two of them. As soon as Great Grandmaster Ma finished speaking, a figure immediately shot out and landed heavily on the square, causing dust to fly everywhere. Chapter 698. Crash. When the scorching heat dissipated, a figure appeared at the center of the plaza. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand as black flames vaguely circled around his body. He stared coldly at Hua Wenshu, who was lying on the ground. Hua Wenshu had been heavily injured by Fang Chen. He was lying on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His face was incomparably pale. His eyes were filled with fury. He wished he could use his gaze to kill Fang Chen. The two of you, give me a reason. At this time, Grandmaster Ma's icy voice rang out in their ears. Hua Wenshu's eyes brightened. He did his best to stand up and run over to Grandmaster Ma. With an aggrieved expression, he said, "Grandmaster Ma, you came at just the right time. This brat openly used martial arts in the pill store's plaza and even injured me. You have to get justice for me." Grandmaster Ma recognized Hua Wenshu. He was one of the pill store's apprentices. What's going on? Grandmaster Ma looked at Hua Wenshu's weak face and frowned slightly. Grandmaster Ma, this is what happened. Hua Wenshu's explanation to Grandmaster Ma was, of course, a modified version of the story. Fang Chen hadn't said anything the entire time. Holding the hidden star sword, he calmly stood there. After hearing Hua Wenshu's explanation, Grandmaster Ma's expression became even gloomier. He stared at Fang Chen and icily said, "You openly used martial arts in the plaza and even injured apprentice Hua Wenshu. Do you know your crimes?" "What crimes?" asked Fang Chen. "You dare talk back to me?" raged Grandmaster Ma. "As a Grandmaster, your status in the pill store is extremely high. But after coming here, you didn't even ask and just listened to someone else's side of the story. You want to convict me? I refuse to accept that," continued Fang Chen. Hearing that, Grandmaster Ma looked at Fang Chen in surprise. No student had ever dared to speak like this in front of him. This martial artist was a bit interesting. "Fang Chen, I'm telling the truth. You're still trying to quibble," berated Hua Wenshu. Grandmaster Ma waved his hand to stop Hua Wenshu from speaking. His pitch-black eyes glanced at Fang Chen and said, "I'll give you a chance, so you won't say that I'm bullying you." Fang Chen nodded and said, "If I told you that all of this happened because Hua Wenshu humiliated me, would you believe me?" "Let's hear it," Grandmaster Ma said thoughtfully. Subsequently, Fang Chen told Grandmaster Ma about how Hua Wenshu and the other three had tried to frame him, and how Elder Wu had sided with them. When he was done, Fang Chen fixed his gaze on Grandmaster Ma. Just as Grandmaster Ma was about to speak, an angry roar was heard. Elder Wu arrived shortly after. "Fang Chen, you're slandering me," roared Elder Wu. "You purposely messed with my medicinal pills and even pushed the blame onto Hua Wenshu and the other three. Seeing that you're a newcomer, I'll let you off this once. I'll remove your status as an apprentice pill and let you work properly in the pill shop." "I didn't expect you to be so stubborn," said Elder Wu icily. Not giving Fang Chen any chance to speak, Elder Wu continued, "Grandmaster Ma, please allow me to teach this arrogant disciple a lesson." Elder Wu's figure flickered, and a powerful aura erupted from him as he directly attacked Fang Chen. Grandmaster Ma wanted to stop him, but after opening his mouth, he shook his head. Bang! Bang! Elder Wu was much stronger than Fang Chen. His fierce attacks completely suppressed Fang Chen. Of course, Fang Chen wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. He used his everlasting flame sword to counterattack, but his strength was limited. He was unable to block Elder Wu's attacks. In a split second, Elder Wu completely suppressed Fang Chen. The other peaks didn't know what was happening in the pill shop. At this moment, Elder Han was lying lazily in front of the skills hall of the skills peak. Suddenly, Elder Han opened his eyes and said to himself, "It's been half a month. With Fang Chen's potential, he should have cultivated the everlasting flame sword to the perfection of martial arts. Why didn't he come to me? Elder Han was a little confused. Thinking of this, his figure flickered and he disappeared into the void. In the blink of an eye, Elder Han arrived at the sword-hidden peak and found that Fang Chen was not there. "Where's your master?" Elder Han stood in the air and asked Xiao Mai below. "Elder, my master was transferred to the pill shop half a month ago," Xiao Mai said in a low voice. "Nonsense," Elder Han said coldly. The next moment, he disappeared and rushed toward the pill shop. With Fang Chen's potential, he was actually transferred to the pill shop to do odd jobs. He really didn't know what these people were thinking. At this moment, Elder Han was also quite unhappy. Elder Han's strength was very high and his status in the Five Elements Academy was very high. Soon, he arrived at the pill shop. When he stepped on the pill shop, his face changed instantly. This was because he sensed a scorching aura. This aura was clearly released by the fire element indestructible sword technique. Fang Chen is fighting. Elder Han's face changed slightly and he said to himself. Crash. In the next second, Elder Han's figure appeared in the sky above the pill shop square. At this moment, Elder Wu was attacking Fang Chen. Fang Chen was at a disadvantage. Elder Wu suppressed Fang Chen with his powerful strength. "Boy, I'm going to break one of your arms so that you can reflect on yourself," Elder Wu shouted in a low voice and his palm suddenly grabbed toward Fang Chen's arm. In the sky, Grandmaster Ma and the rest didn't notice Elder Han's arrival at all. At this moment, Elder Han sneered. "Break one of Fang Chen's arms." Elder Han's eyes were filled with anger. Immediately, he shook his wrist and a stream of spiritual qi shot out. At this moment, Elder Wu's palm was about to grab Fang Chen's arm. Once he grabbed it, Fang Chen's arm would definitely be broken. If a martial artist's arm was broken, his cultivation would be greatly reduced and his future achievements would stop there. When Hua Wanshu and the other three saw this, their faces were filled with excited smiles. However, just as Elder Wu's palm was about to come into contact with Fang Chen, a stream of spirit qi suddenly broke through the air and struck Elder Wu's palm at a speed that was not visible to the naked eye. Poof! Elder Wu's palm was instantly pierced and blood flowed out continuously. "Ah, my palm!" Elder Wu let out a miserable cry and landed on the square. He looked around and shouted angrily, "Who sneaked an attack on me?" This sudden turn of events shocked Grandmaster Ma. He hurriedly raised his head and saw a figure descending from the sky. Elder Han. When Grandmaster Ma saw who it was, his face changed and he hurriedly greeted him. Elder Han's face was gloomy. He glanced at Fang Chen to make sure that Fang Chen was fine. Then, he turned to Elder Wu and said, "I'm the one who pierced your palm." Elder Han's words were very calm, but they sounded very harsh in Elder Wu's ears. "Elder Han, it's you." When Elder Wu saw Elder Han, his anger disappeared and was replaced by a chuckle. "An elder actually attacked a student," Elder Han said in a deep voice. "Elder Han, I think there must be a misunderstanding," Grandmaster Ma said hurriedly. After all, Elder Wu was also a member of the pill store. He had to speak up for Elder Wu. "PH, if I hadn't come today, would you have cut off this kid's arm?" Elder Han questioned. When Elder Han appeared, Fang Chen knew that he was no longer in danger. "Elder Han, he offended me. I was only teaching him a lesson." Elder Wu endured the pain and said in a low voice. "Is that true?" Elder Han said coldly. Then, he looked at Fang Chen and said, "Tell me what happened." Fang Chen nodded and told him everything that had happened in the past half a month. At this moment, Hua Wanshu and the others were pale and their bodies were trembling. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be afraid. However, the person before them was Elder Han. Even if their master, Daoist Chiu, was here, he would still be afraid. After hearing Fang Chen's words, a smile appeared on Elder Han's gloomy face. "My Five Elements Academy has been established in the Five Elements province for so many years. The students of the academy are becoming more and more useless. Elder Wu, how could you side with Hua Wanshu and the others?" Grandmaster Ma's attitude changed and he scolded Elder Wu. Elder Wu lowered his head, his heart filled with terror. He hadn't expected that just teaching Fang Chen a lesson would attract a monster like Elder Han. "Tell Daoist Chiu to come see me," Elder Han icily said to Hua Wanshu. Hua Wanshu trembled and nodded. He hastily went to find Daoist Chiu. Then, Elder Han looked at Elder Wu and said, "Elder Wu, not only did you side with a student, you even tried to cut off Fang Chen's arm. I punish you by confining you in the pill store for 10 years. Do you accept this?" Confining him for 10 years was definitely an extremely severe punishment. "Elder Han, is it worth it to treat me like this for a student?" Elder Wu refused to accept this. Elder Han sneered but didn't say anything. In his opinion, Fang Chen was 10 times, 100 times, more important than Elder Wu. "Elder Han, I'm willing to accept this punishment." Grandmaster Ma knew he wouldn't be able to escape either. "I'll punish you with 1 year of confiscation of your spirit stones. Are you willing?" "I'm willing," Grandmaster Ma said. Grandmaster Ma was well aware of just how terrifying Elder Han was. Elder Wu's expression was gloomy. He hated Fang Chen greatly, but he didn't dare say it out of fear of Elder Han. Confining him for 10 years was Elder Han's punishment. He could only accept it. "Fang Chen, I definitely won't let you off." Elder Wu swore inside. A moment later, Daoist Chiu arrived. "Elder Han, why did you call me here?" Daoist Chiu was wearing Daoist robes, and he beamed with a smile. "Old Daoist Chiu, what a good disciple you taught. He almost destroyed a genius student of my 5 Elements Academy," Elder Han said in a low voice. "What?" Daoist Chiu looked at Elder Han in astonishment. "Why don't you ask your disciple yourself?" said Elder Han. Daoist Chiu turned to look at Hua Wanshu, and the latter told him everything that had happened. Daoist Chiu's eyes widened, and he trembled with rage. Chapter 699. Old Daoist Chiu had an urge to skin Hua Wanshu alive. That bastard had actually done such a thing. Old Daoist Chiu could sense Elder Han's fury. Although Old Daoist Chiu didn't know the relationship between this student and Elder Han, he knew that since Elder Han was standing up for this student, he definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Looking at Grandmaster Ma and Elder Wu, their expressions were incomparably gloomy. It was obvious that the two of them had also been implicated. "Elder Han, this is all my fault. It was my fault for not teaching this bastard properly. I'm willing to accept any punishment," said Old Daoist Chiu directly. What kind of joke was that? That was Elder Han. Who could calm his fury? Even if Elder Han killed him, the 5 Elements Academy wouldn't do anything to him. That was Elder Han's special privilege. "Old Daoist Chiu, your disciple made a mistake. You can punish him yourself," said Elder Han. Old Daoist Chiu nodded and turned to Hua Wanshu. He clenched his fist and punched out. Hua Wanshu's arm immediately dropped to his side. "Bastard, hurry up and apologize to Elder Han," said Old Daoist Chiu icily after crippling Hua Wanshu's arm. Hua Wanshu also knew that he had caused a calamity. Enduring the pain, he said to Elder Han, "Elder Han, Junior knows his wrongs. Please forgive Junior. This matter ends here. I don't want something like this to happen in our 5 Elements Academy again," said Elder Han. Then he turned to Grandmaster Ma and asked, "Grandmaster Ma, can I take away Fang Chen?" "Of course," said Grandmaster Ma hastily. After that, Elder Han brought Fang Chen out of the pill shop. Fang Chen had been watching the entire time. From Elder Han's words, Fang Chen understood that strength was the most important thing. If Elder Han was weak, then no matter how high his status in the 5 Elements Academy was, the others wouldn't be afraid of him. After leaving the pill store, Elder Han brought Fang Chen back to the skills library at the skills library. "Fang Chen, if you encounter something like this in the future, just use my name," Elder Han said. Now, he was glad that he had arrived early. Otherwise, Fang Chen's arm would have been crippled by Elder Wu. Fortunately, he was fine now. This time, many thanks to Elder Han. Fang Chen cupped his hands in thanks. Elder Han waved his hand. "You're a genius of our 5 Elements Academy. How could I let them cripple you?" When Elder Han was at the pill store, he had already discovered that Fang Chen's fire elemental indestructible sword art had reached the perfection stage. He was very happy. To be able to successfully cultivate the indestructible fire sword art to the transformation level in such a short period of time, he was definitely a genius in the sword Dao. Moreover, his talent in the sword Dao was extremely heaven-defying. Fang Chen, your indestructible fire sword art has reached the perfection stage, asked Elder Han. Fang Chen nodded. It reached the perfection stage not too long ago. Elder Han laughed heartily. Good, as expected of the person I chose. Your talent in the Sword Dao is unmatched in the Five Elements Academy. Then Elder Han took out a book and handed it to Fang Chen. This is a water sword art. Go cultivate it, said Elder Han. Fang Chen took the book and glanced at it. He discovered that this water sword art was extremely similar to his flowing water sword art. Once you've cultivated this sword art to the perfection stage, come find me, said Elder Han. Fang Chen seemed to realize something and said, Elder Han, I've cultivated a water sword art before. It's a bit similar to this one. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Elder Han was startled. Then he said, show it to me. Hearing this, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and performed the flowing water sword technique. In a short while, he finished displaying the flowing water sword art. At this time, Elder Han's eyes were filled with uncontrollable shock. I really didn't expect your talent in the Sword Dao to be so much stronger than I imagined. Elder Han couldn't help praising Fang Chen. This water sword art is also a 6th rank cultivation technique. Since you've already cultivated it, there's no need to cultivate the one I gave you. After Elder Han finished speaking, he placed the book into his bosom and took out a cultivation method. This is a metal sword art. Elder Han handed it to Fang Chen. Fang Chen took the book and asked, Elder Han, you want me to cultivate these cultivation techniques? Elder Han stared at Fang Chen and nodded. He said, Fang Chen, do you know the true essence of my Five Elements Academy? Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Elder Han slowly said, the Five Elements Academy's most fundamental essence is the 5 elements. When my 5 Elements Academy was first established, the most shocking thing was the 5 elements cultivation techniques. Any cultivation technique can evolve into a 5 elements cultivation technique. Once you've cultivated a 5 elements cultivation technique, your strength will greatly increase. However, as time passed, the 5 Elements Academy declined a lot. In the end, almost no one had the potential to cultivate a 5 elements cultivation technique. Even now, there isn't a single person in the entire 5 Elements Academy who has the potential. However, your appearance has given me hope. 50 years ago, there was a student with extraordinary talent. His talent in the Sword Dao was also very heaven-defying. He relied on his monstrous talent to cultivate 4 sword arts. However, he was unable to successfully cultivate the last sword art. In the end, because he grew older and older, there was no hope at all and he failed. Elder Han said. Hearing Elder Han's words, Fang Chen was extremely shocked. Could it be that Elder Han wanted him to cultivate the 5 elements sword arts? With his talent, was he able to cultivate the 5 elements sword arts? Sure enough, Elder Han turned to Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, your talent in the Sword Dao is the best I have ever seen. If even you are unable to cultivate it successfully, then my 5 Elements Academy will continue to decline. You have already mastered the Water Sword technique and the Fire Sword technique. As long as you master the Metal Sword technique, Wood Sword technique and Earth Sword technique, you will be able to come into contact with the 5 Elemental Sword technique. When you come into contact with the 5 Elemental Sword technique, you will discover that the Tao of the sword is as vast as the ocean, said Elder Han. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart began to stir. If the 5 elements sword arts were really as Elder Han said, then it would indeed be heaven-defying. Fang Chen, this matter is of great importance. Don't tell anyone. Just cultivate it secretly. When you have cultivated the metal elemental cultivation technique to the perfection stage, come and find me for the other sword arts, Elder Han said. Fang Chen nodded heavily. His eyes were burning and his heart was full of confidence. I will definitely live up to your expectations, Elder Han, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen chatted with Elder Han for a while and then left. He went back to the Sword Hidden Peak to study the metal elemental sword arts. At this moment, Elder Han stood at the entrance of the cultivation method hall. His pitch-black eyes gazed towards the boundless horizon as he muttered to himself, my 5 Elements Academy hasn't nurtured a peerless genius in the Sword Dao for a very, very long time. I hope you can successfully cultivate the 5 elements sword arts and then enter that place. After returning from the elixir workshop, Fang Chen's life returned to normal. On this day, Fang Chen appeared in class 10. Everyone was surprised to see him. Fang Chen, weren't you transferred to the elixir workshop to do odd jobs? Why are you back so soon? Wei Guang asked coldly. Did he run away and come back? Xu Yang said. Humph, he must have run away because he couldn't stand the odd jobs in the elixir workshop, Zhong Qiong continued. In the face of the 3 people's ridicule, Fang Chen ignored them and sat in his seat. After a while, Teacher Jin came. When he saw Fang Chen, his eyes flickered and he said, Fang Chen, who allowed you to come back and run away from the elixir workshop without permission? Do you know what you are doing? Believe it or not, I will expel you. As soon as Teacher Jin arrived, he directly flew into a rage at Fang Chen. Wei Guang and others looked at Fang Chen gloatingly. Fang Chen suddenly stood up and stared at Teacher Jin, saying, I don't believe it. He thought that Fang Chen would explain, but he didn't expect that Fang Chen only said 2 words. It seems that you really think that I don't dare to do anything to you. Fang Chen, just you wait. I will immediately kick you out of the 5 Elements Academy. After Teacher Jin finished speaking, he angrily left the classroom. After a while, Teacher Jin returned to the classroom. Behind him was the Elixir Workshop's Grandmaster Ma. Seeing that Grandmaster Ma had personally come, Wei Guang and others gloated even more. They thought that Fang Chen would definitely be expelled. Fang Chen, hurry up and apologize, Xiao Fang reminded in a low voice. He Jingwei and the others also looked at Fang Chen with worry. However, Fang Chen quietly stood there and looked directly at Grandmaster Ma. After Grandmaster Ma came in, Teacher Jin's smile became even wider. He said, Grandmaster Ma, this child has no regard for the law. He ran away from the elixir workshop without anyone's permission. According to the rules of the 5 Elements Academy, he should be expelled. When Teacher Jin went to find Grandmaster Ma heard that it was about Fang Chen. Without saying anything, he directly came to class 10. Teacher Jin thought that Grandmaster Ma would be furious after hearing the news and want to immediately punish Fang Chen. Therefore, he was very happy that he could finally expel this eyesore. However, when he said this, Grandmaster Ma's face darkened. He directly scolded, Teacher Jin, Fang Chen's departure from the elixir workshop was unanimously decided by the workshop. What right do you have to say that he ran away without permission? In the face of Grandmaster Ma's questioning, Teacher Jin was also at a loss. Wei Guang and the others widened their eyes and looked at Grandmaster Ma in disbelief. Grandmaster Ma, didn't you come to expel Fang Chen? Teacher Jin looked at Grandmaster Ma blankly. Fang Chen did not violate any of the rules of the 5 Elements Academy. As a teacher, you have repeatedly targeted Fang Chen. What are your intentions? Grandmaster Ma questioned. At this time, Teacher Jin finally realized that something was wrong. Grandmaster Ma, Fang Chen, he. Shut up, Grandmaster Ma scolded. It had not been easy to get rid of this god of plague. He did not want to get involved again. This blind Teacher Jin had actually tried to expel Fang Chen. How laughable. Chapter 700. Thinking of Elder Han, Grandmaster Ma felt a headache. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't acted against Fang Chen, his punishment wouldn't have been so light. He would only have a year's worth of resources deducted. In Grandmaster Ma's opinion, this punishment was already very light, so he rejoiced. Then he looked at Elder Wu. As the main culprit, if it weren't for the fact that he was one of the important elders of the Pill Workshop, he definitely wouldn't have just grounded him for 10 years. So when he had finally walked out of the whirlpool of that matter, that stupid Teacher Jin had actually dragged him back into it. Grandmaster Ma had fiercely reprimanded Teacher Jin. Teacher Jin, as a teacher, how can you treat your student like this? Grandmaster Ma's expression was grave and cold. Teacher Jin was completely dumbfounded. The script shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't Grandmaster Ma be helping him expel Fang Chen? Why was he reprimanding him? Grandmaster Ma, Fang Chen, he. Teacher Jin still wanted to explain, but Grandmaster Ma waved his hand to stop him. His expression was filled with displeasure as he coldly said, I know Fang Chen very well. He's not like what you're saying. Teacher Jin, you targeted a student because of your personal grudge. I will report this matter to the higher-ups. You'd better take care of yourself. After saying this, Grandmaster Ma glanced at Fang Chen and then hurriedly left the 10th class. Teacher Jin hastily chased after him. Crash. At this time, the entire 10th class was in an uproar. Wei Guang and the others were even more shocked. How is that possible? Why is Grandmaster Ma speaking up for him? Furthermore, Grandmaster Ma didn't even ask for the reason before directly reprimanding Teacher Jin. Could it be that Grandmaster Ma also doesn't like Teacher Jin's character? Several martial artists beside Wei Guang were shocked and began to discuss spiritedly. Zhong Qiong and Xu Yang were even more shocked. Grandmaster Ma had actually reprimanded Teacher Jin for Fang Chen. Just what was going on? Of course, the most shocked were Xiao Fang and the others. However, after their shock, their faces were filled with smiles. Fang Chen, you're really something. Even Grandmaster Ma is speaking up for you. Xiao Fang walked over to Fang Chen's side and laughed. Fang Chen, I really admire you, He Jingwei said. Qing Jingtong and Sun Chiwen also grinned and laughed. This time, it was really satisfying. Looking at Teacher Jin's face, they felt incomparably happy. Ever since entering the Five Elements Academy, Teacher Jin had been targeting Fang Chen and looking down on Fang Chen. Last time, because Fang Chen had publicly slapped Teacher Jin in class, Teacher Jin held a grudge against him. This time, he seized the opportunity to fire Fang Chen. Expelling a student was a cruel thing for a student. This was the Five Elements Academy. Every student had gone through untold hardships to enter the Five Elements Academy. Once they were expelled, all their previous efforts would be in vain. When Teacher Jin said that she wanted to expel Fang Chen, Xiao Fang and the others were also very anxious. However, the situation had suddenly taken a 180-degree turn, causing them to be incomparably excited. Not only had Fang Chen not been expelled, but Grandmaster Ma had also reprimanded Teacher Jin. That was truly satisfying. The way Wei Guang and the others looked at Fang Chen had greatly changed. After Teacher Jin left, the class ended. Fang Chen didn't pay attention to them and left the 10th class. Xiao Fang and the others also followed Fang Chen out of the 10th class. Fang Chen, where are you going? Xiao Fang asked. I'm going to cultivate, said Fang Chen. He Jingwei and the others all nodded. Only by diligently cultivating would they be able to survive in the Five Elements Academy. All right, let's go cultivate together, said Sun Chiwen. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiao Fang. He asked, do you know of any places in the Five Elements Academy that can cultivate metal concept? Xiao Fang's eyes flickered when he heard Fang Chen's words. He looked at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, you want to comprehend metal concept? Fang Chen nodded. If he wanted to cultivate metal attribute sword arts, he had to comprehend metal concept. For the sake of the legendary Five Elements sword art, Fang Chen decided to give it a try. Although he knew that it was already too late to comprehend metal concept, he wouldn't know if he would succeed without trying. I've heard of a place before, He Jingwei replied after hearing the question. What place? Fang Chen's eyes brightened. It's said that our Five Elements Academy has 5 extremely special mountain peaks. They are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and each of them contains a 5 elements formation. Under normal circumstances, it's very difficult to enter these 5 mountain peaks. You have to pay spirit stones to enter, said He Jingwei. Fang Chen was extremely excited when he heard this. All right, I'll go first. Fang Chen turned and left after learning the location of the 5 Elements Mountain. After a short while, Fang Chen arrived at the edge of one of the 5 Elements Mountain peaks. From the edge of the mountain, he could see that in the center of the 5 Elements Mountain, there were 5 mountains that were neither tall nor short. Looking at these 5 mountains from afar, there was nothing special about them. However, standing here, Fang Chen could clearly feel that the auras emitted by the 5 mountains were completely different. The first mountain on the left emitted an extremely cold aura. This should be the water mountain. Beside it, the mountain emitted an extremely hot aura. This was the fire mountain. The other 3 mountains also emitted completely different auras. Fang Chen's gaze was fixed on the gold mountain. The gold mountain was filled with an extremely dense metal attribute aura. It gave off a domineering and fierce feeling. Good place. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice. After that, Fang Chen left the mountain and headed to the gold mountain. However, he was stopped at the foot of the gold mountain. You have to pay enough spirit stones to enter the gold mountain, an elder said loudly. How many spirit stones do I have to pay? Asked Fang Chen. Every 2 hours, you have to pay 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones, said the elder. Fang Chen nodded. He then paid 100,000 supreme spiritual stones and went up to the gold peak. As soon as he stood on the gold mountain, he immediately felt a dense metal concept enveloping the entire mountain peak. This is the metal concept. The metal concept was sharp and domineering. Fang Chen deeply felt the power of the metal concept on the gold mountain. Fang Chen saw that there were many futons on the gold mountain. On some of the futons, there were some figures sitting cross-legged. There's actually someone comprehending the metal concept here, said Fang Chen inwardly. Fang Chen chose a futon and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend the metal concept. Although this was his first time coming in contact with the metal concept, Fang Chen's comprehension of the metal concept was much smoother due to his experience with other concepts. Fang Chen wasn't in a rush. At the beginning, he was only trying to communicate with the metal concept. He wanted to thoroughly understand the metal concept. Once he understood the metal concept, he would begin to comprehend it. Just like that, time passed by bit. In the blink of an eye, 16 hours passed. Fang Chen paid the spirit stones, which was enough for Fang Chen to cultivate for 4 hours. However, at this moment, a figure came up from the bottom of the gold mountain. When he looked at Fang Chen's position, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Boom! This cultivator's entire body emitted an icy aura. His hand suddenly grabbed the surrounding metal concept. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, who was in the middle of comprehending the metal concept, suddenly sensed a powerful attack approaching. His eyes suddenly opened, and he urged his sword body to send out a punch. With a bang, his fist blocked the martialist's attack. Why are you attacking me? Fang Chen's expression was a bit displeased as he coldly asked. When a cultivator was cultivating, the biggest taboo was to be disturbed by others. This cultivator in front of him had actually launched a sneak attack on him while he was cultivating. This made him very angry. Brat, don't you know that the seat you're sitting on is mine? The cultivator grinned and spoke sinisterly. This action startled the other cultivators who were comprehending the metal concept. They opened their eyes and shook their heads when they saw the newcomer. Brat, that seat is senior brother Jin Yuanliang's fixed seat. You better move away, one of the cultivators reminded him. Yeah, senior brother Jin Yuanliang hates it when others occupy his seat, another cultivator said. Jin Yuanliang was an expert ranked 35 on the combat tablet. He was considered a top genius in the 5 Elements Academy. Everyone knew that he had been comprehending the metal concept, and he had a fixed seat on the Gold Peak. Therefore, every student who came to the Gold Peak did not dare to occupy his seat. However, Fang Chen did not know that. When he saw that such a good seat was empty, he immediately sat down cross-legged and started comprehending. He did not expect that he would attract such trouble. These seats are first come, first served, Fang Chen said. I'll give you one more chance. Get lost, Jin Yuanliang said coldly. His body was surrounded by a dense metal concept. Fang Chen could tell at a glance that Jin Yuanliang's metal concept had already reached the 2nd minor realm. Fang Chen frowned and thought for a moment. In the end, he still moved away. The main reason was that Jin Yuanliang was too strong. Even if Fang Chen used the chain formation, he would not be able to trap Jin Yuanliang. He was no match for Jin Yuanliang now. He would wait until he was strong enough to take revenge. Seeing Fang Chen move away, Jin Yuanliang sneered, trash. After saying that, Jin Yuanliang sat on the futon. Fang Chen found a futon in a corner of the Gold Peak and sat down cross-legged to continue cultivating. If Fang Chen was willing, he could ask Elder Han for help. With Elder Han's support, he would definitely stand up for him. Even Jin Yuanliang would not dare to offend Elder Han. However, if he always looked for someone to back him up, he would never be able to grow. Chapter 701. 20 hours passed in the blink of an eye during the cultivation on the Gold Peak. During the 20 hours, Fang Chen had a deeper understanding of the essence of gold. Moreover, Fang Chen was able to communicate with the essence of gold on the Gold Peak. This was a great progress for Fang Chen. Fang Chen was very confident that he could successfully perceive the essence of gold in a very short time. Once he perceived the essence of gold, he would be able to practice the gold sword technique. With the abnormal power of the golden heart, he would be able to practice the gold sword technique naturally. Everything was progressing in a good direction. He stood up, glanced at Jin Yuanliang in the distance, and left the Gold Peak. Although cultivation was very important on the road of martial arts, it was necessary to strike a balance between work and rest. After cultivating for 20 hours on the Gold Peak, Fang Chen was ready to take a rest. When he returned to the sword-hidden peak, he found that Xiao Mai had been waiting for him. "Xiao Mai, are you waiting for me?" Fang Chen asked. When Xiao Mai saw Fang Chen return, she smiled excitedly and said, "Master, you are finally back." "What's the matter?" Fang Chen asked. "Master, the elder of the mission hall came to see you today, but you were not there. He left a note for you." After that, Xiao Mai handed the note to Fang Chen. Fang Chen took the note and glanced at it. He found that the elder of the mission hall came to see him to give him a task. Newcomers also needed to do tasks. Moreover, Fang Chen had been in the Five Elements Academy for a long time, so this task was mandatory. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Go and tell the elder of the mission hall that I have accepted the task and will leave tomorrow." Xiao Mai nodded and left the sword-hidden peak. After returning to his residence, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. "I can finally go down the mountain." Ever since he entered the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen had been waiting for an opportunity to leave the mountain. This was because the students of the Five Elements Academy were not allowed to leave the mountain without permission. Fang Chen had long known about the riches of the Western region pirate sage, so he was eager to find those riches. After entering the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen realized that the consumption of spirit stones was huge. A 6th-grade cultivation technique would cost tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. Of course, the students of the Five Elements Academy had many opportunities to earn spirit stones. The mission this time was to go to a mortal country and act as a supervisor for half a year. In the eyes of mortals, half a year was a long time. But in the eyes of martial artists, half a year was merely the blink of an eye. The next day, Fang Chen left the Five Elements Academy. This mortal kingdom was called the Iron and Blood Empire. It was rather far from the Five Elements Academy and was close to the west. With Fang Chen's speed, it would take at least half a month to reach the Iron and Blood Empire. The Iron and Blood Empire should be considered the largest country in the Five Elements state. To be called an empire, its strength was comparable to a 5-star sect. In the Five Elements state, there were many 5-star sect, but only one 6-star sect. As a subsidiary country of the Five Elements Academy, the Iron and Blood Empire would provide a huge amount of resources to the Five Elements Academy every year. This was also the reason why the Five Elements Academy wanted to protect the Iron and Blood Empire. This time, Fang Chen received a mission. The other sect of the Five Elements state was trying to cause trouble in the Iron and Blood Empire and destroy some resources. Therefore, the Five Elements Academy sent Fang Chen to the Iron and Blood Empire to investigate this matter. Time passed by slowly as Fang Chen walked leisurely. One day, Fang Chen found a small inn at the entrance of a mountain range. This inn was very similar to a sword tower, but there were many martial artists inside. Fang Chen just happened to want to rest, so he entered the inn and sat in a seat near the window. Seeing Fang Chen enter, the waiter immediately came to Fang Chen's side and asked with a smile, "Dear customer, what would you like to order?" "Just serve me a little bit," Fang Chen said straightforwardly. He didn't have high standards for these things. "Dear customer, anyone who enters our store must drink a jug of Dragon Eye wine." "This is a rule of our store," said the waiter. "Oh, dragon eye wine." Fang Chen looked at the waiter with astonishment. This inn was a bit interesting. They actually forced their customers to drink their dragon eye wine. "All right, go ahead," said Fang Chen. The waiter left to prepare food for Fang Chen. There were many martial artists in the inn. Although they had concealed their auras, Fang Chen could sense that these people were all Spirit Vortex Realm martial artists. Why are there so many Spirit Vortex Realm experts gathered here? Fang Chen was very curious as he listened attentively. At the surrounding tables, some martial artists were happily chatting. "I wonder if there are any gains this time. Sigh, I wonder if the rumors are true. Is there really a golden rat here? It should be true. Someone saw a golden rat some time ago, but this rat is too cunning. It's impossible to catch it. There are more and more martial artists coming here. They are all looking for the golden rat." Fang Chen was very curious as he listened to the discussions of the surrounding martial artists. What is a golden rat? Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, the waiter had already prepared everything and brought it over. "Sir, please enjoy," smiled the waiter. Fang Chen nodded. He picked up the dragon eye wine that the inn forced its guests to drink and sniffed it. "Is this dragon eye wine?" "It's just SOSO, thought Fang Chen. He had originally thought that this dragon eye wine would have something special about it, but he hadn't expected it to be so ordinary. But why would this inn force its guests to drink dragon eye wine? Furthermore, for an inn to open in such a desolate place was truly strange. At this moment, an old man appeared at Fang Chen's table and sat down. "Young man, you must be new," asked the old man as he sat down. Fang Chen nodded. When the old man saw this, he smiled and said, "Just by looking at your expression, I can tell that you are new. Your face is filled with doubt. I like to explain things to people. Let me explain it to you. First of all, you must be very curious as to why there would be an inn in such a desolate place," laughed the old man. Fang Chen nodded, expressing that he was very curious. "This is because there is a golden rat in this mountain range. Although this golden rat is a demonic beast, the golden elixir in its body is extremely important to a martial artist. Hence, many spiritual vortex realm experts have come here to search for the golden rat. The legend of the golden rat has been around for a very long time. The owner of this inn has quite a background. He is also one of the martial artists searching for the golden rat. He has established an inn here to serve the martial artists searching for the golden rat. At the same time, he can earn some spirit stones. Think about it. Searching for the golden rat here all year round consumes a lot of resources. The spirit stones this inn earns are enough to cover that. So that's how it is." Fang Chen nodded, his heart filled with doubt. It seemed that the owner of this inn was also a powerful martial artist. Otherwise, how could the martial artists that came to this inn be so obedient and not cause any trouble? "Senior, what's the deal with this dragon eye wine?" asked Fang Chen. The owner of the inn is a martial arts powerhouse. Based on his own experience of hunting down golden rats, he discovered that the golden rats liked the aura of dragon's eye wine. In order to attract the golden rats, martial artists would order dragon's eye wine in the inn. Over time, this became something that our inn forced our guests to buy, the old man said. At this moment, a burly man stood up and laughed heartily. "Old cow, you're swindling wine again." Hearing the burly man's words, Fang Chen also noticed that the old man's hand was already gripping the dragon eye wine jug. Seeing Fang Chen's gaze, he awkwardly smiled and left. Fang Chen smiled. This old man was rather interesting. After the old man left, the burly man looked at Fang Chen and said, "Brother, old cow likes to swindle wine from this inn. Don't take offense." After saying this, the burly man sat down and continued drinking. Fang Chen nodded and continued drinking the dragon eye wine. Golden rat. Fang Chen pondered inwardly. Just what kind of demonic beast was the golden rat? Why did so many spirit vortex realm martial artists want it? Furthermore, according to the old man, everyone was interested in the golden core within the golden rat's body. Just what was this golden core? Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already drunk more than half of the dragon eye wine. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly felt dizzy. He immediately shook his head. What's going on? With Fang Chen's early yellow rank soul, he actually felt dizzy. Fang Chen instantly realized that there was something wrong with this dragon eye wine. Damn it. Fang Chen looked around and noticed that the burly man was still drinking. As for the surrounding martial artists, some of them had already fainted on the ground. Fang Chen didn't act rashly. He secretly urged the black flame into his mind and burned the dragon eye wine in his soul. After a while, the dragon eye wine was completely burned and the dizziness instantly disappeared. I almost fell into a trap, Fang Chen said inwardly. Although he was fine, he was still pretending. He wanted to see what these people were up to. After a while, everyone fell to the ground. Fang Chen also pretended to lie on the table. At this moment, the burly man stood up and checked. After noticing that everyone had fainted, he called out, "Old cow, come out." As he spoke, Old Cow came out. This time, there are a total of 15 people. We will enter the mountain tomorrow. Old Cow nodded. The tall and sturdy man nodded. Then, he stuffed a pitch-black medicinal pellet into each of their mouths and left the tavern. After they left the inn, Fang Chen directly spat out the pill in his mouth. Poison. Fang Chen realized that the burly man had given them poison. Furthermore, what did Old Cow and the burly man mean when they said they were going into the mountains? The skilled and bold Fang Chen was prepared to take a look and see what was going on. Furthermore, he wanted to use these people to understand whether or not the golden mice in the mountain range really existed. In the span of one night, all the martialists in the entire inn were unconscious. The next morning, all the martial artists woke up. At this time, the burly man and Old Cow appeared. Why did I faint? What's going on? Why was I unconscious for an entire night? Could it be that there's something wrong with the dragon eye wine?